Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701, Nicholas I. Democracy? Freedom? What two ridiculous words. Golitsyn, what the Russian Empire needs is not so-called democracy and freedom, but a master and a father. You will only make the entire Russian Empire fall into ruin. Nicholas I glared angrily at Duke Golitsyn. Think of Poland. What did they perish in the first place? Russia is not Poland. Duke Golitsyn retorted calmly. Furthermore, to this day Poland has not stopped their pursuit of independence, so they are far from being in a state of doom. And I will give them the right to independence after the establishment of the new Russian Empire. You're crazy. Nicholas I yelled at Duke Golitsyn with wide eyes. Do you know what the consequences of doing this are? Consequences? Duke Golitsyn chuckled. The consequence of this is that the citizens of the new Russian Empire will be closely united with the citizens of Poland. No. You will only ruin the Russian Empire's nearly 100 years of efforts. Nicholas I, who did not want to be a sinner of the empire, said to Duke Golitsyn in a slightly pleading tone. Golitsyn, think of your ancestors. Think of your father. It took us generations to completely annex Poland, and you can't just give it up. Mr. Nikolai, what has the land we annexed at the cost of generations of casualties brought us? Nothing but the hatred of the Poles and the high cost of the garrison? Duke Golitsyn asked Nicholas I. That's not why we gave up Poland. Nicholas I retorted to Duke Golitsyn. Mr. Nikolai, it's me who decides this now, not you. Duke Golitsyn showed a smirk. I want to tell you that not only do I want to liberate Poland, but I also want to free Finland and Croatia. Remia, liberate all the oppressed peoples of the Russian Empire. You. Nicholas I yelled at Duke Golitsyn in a trembling voice. You are a total lunatic. Lunatic. Mad. Duke Golitsyn pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I'm really crazy. After all, I live in the most tyrannical and barbaric country in all of Europe. This tyrannical and barbaric country has given you privileges that you cannot enjoy in any country. Nicholas I replied to Duke Golitsyn, my ancestors, grandmother, brother and me, which one is there? I have wronged you and your family. We have given you the privilege to do whatever you want in the land under your jurisdiction. Point Duke Golitsyn, tell me which of your estates, farms, and factories did you not build on the privileges we gave you? Even a dog will wag its tail at us after receiving such favors from us. What you do is worse than a dog. You are an unfamiliar wolf. Although Nicholas I scoured his stomach to provoke Duke Golitsyn with vicious words, Duke Golitsyn showed no trace of anger. On the contrary, Andrew Nikolaev Golitsyn, who was beside Duke Golitsyn, showed a resentful expression on his face. He walked up to Nicholas I and raised his hand to give Nicholas I slap him twice to wake him up a bit. Don't do it. Duke Golitsyn grabbed Andrew's hand and shook his head and said to him, point then. Duke Golitsyn looked back at Nicholas I. You are right. You and your family have indeed given me and my family a lot of privileges and wealth, but these things are all produced by you yourself. Is it right? As the helms of the empire, you have one day to really work. You asterisk the fruits of the labor of the citizens of the Russian Empire with peace of mind and temporarily hand them over to us. This bottomless plunder is itself built on sin and I'm ashamed of the wealth I have. Therefore, I must put an end to this sin with my own hands. Let the people of the Russian Empire live together in a new era of equality without being oppressed by privileges. What madness are you talking about? Nicholas I yelled at Duke Golitsyn. I repeat, the world has been unequal from the very beginning. Even in France, which you admire, Roma Bonaparte, is he equal to his subjects? Go ask the nobles of Paris if they are willing to be equal to those subjects who have lived on the land for generations. All you do is to satisfy your own savior desires. You are right. There is no absolute equality in this world. Duke Golitsyn responded in agreement. Even in France now, but I think I can build a relatively equal world with my own efforts. Exclamation mark. That's enough. Do you know how many nobles were slaughtered and expelled by France at the time? Nicholas I opened his eyes wide and said to Duke Golitsyn, do you also want to learn from them slaughtering all the nobles in Russia? I don't want to make too many killings. Duke Galitzin responded sullenly, and then said coldly, if those nobles are not willing to give up the privileges they have, I will be like Luo. Like Bespia, kill them all without hesitation. You will only make you opposed by all the nobles. Nicholas I stared at Duke Galitzin, and said to him word by word, perhaps. Duke Galitzin shrugged his shoulders, and said to Nicholas I didn't expect to be able to convince them with words from the beginning. Only by letting them feel death will they learn to communicate with the citizens of the Russian Empire. Compromise. Once they choose to compromise, it will be your death. Nicholas I continued. Since they have chosen to back down, it means that they are moving forward with the reforms I hope. Duke Galitzin smiled with relief. Even if I will be killed by them in the end, I will not a trace of regret. You. Nicholas I was speechless. He found himself unable to convince/enrage a Puritan with what he needed. Okay. Citizen Nicholas I, the conversation between us should also end. Duke Galitzin responded to Nicholas I, then turned to Andrew and replied, the Tsar of the Russian Empire will die tonight. Yes. There was a grim look on Andrew's face. Duke Galitzin, I curse you. I curse every one of you to bear the sin of slaughtering the king forever, walking in purgatory, suffering endless torture. The angry face of Nicholas I was slightly twisted. He casts a vicious curse on Duke Galitzin. You're in library, your majesty. If there really is purgatory in this world, then you will enter it one step ahead of me. Duke Galitzin responded sullenly. After all, my family and I are standing on the shoulders of the Romanov family superior. With that, Duke Galitzin left the room. Only Nicholas I and Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin were left in the room. Your majesty, it's time for you to hit the road. Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin said to Nicholas I, when he came to Nicholas I's land. Andrew, I don't know what Duke Galitzin promised you. As long as you choose to submit to me, I can guarantee that you and your family can follow the Romanov family for a long time. Nicholas I tried to use interests to win over Nikolaev Galitzin. Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin stopped, with a hesitant expression on his face. But my surname is Galitzin too. Seeing that the insurgent work had some eyebrows, Nicholas I rushed to him and responded, it doesn't matter. As long as you are willing to arrest the traitor Galitzin, I will personally canonize you as the Prince of South Russia. At the same time, let you serve as the governor of Odessa. You read www.urkanshu.com. The whole of Odessa will become your territory. It sounds good. Andrei Nikolaev Galitzin touched his chin with a thoughtful look. Yeah. If you don't want to be the governor of Odessa, you can also serve as the governor of Finland. Nicholas I hurriedly increased his stake, feeling that he could persuade Andrew Nikolaev to defect. Alas. Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin sighed. He walked slowly in front of Nicholas I, and in the hopeful eyes of Nicholas I, he pinched Nikolai fiercely. Lara's neck said coldly, it's a pity. There is some inseparable hatred between us. What do we have? Hatred? Nikolai, who was strangled by Nikolaev's neck, asked intermittently. My biological parents were ruthlessly exiled to Siberia by you. If it wasn't for Uncle Galitzin's help, I would have already died on the way to Siberia. Nikolaev Galitzin gritted his teeth. Nicholas I roared, it turns out, it is like this. Nicholas I's voice became weaker and weaker, just as his life was dying. He seemed to have returned to the winter of 29 years. At that time he had just assumed the throne, when he encountered a rebellion by the Decembrists. At first he did not understand why the Decembrists would give up their superior life and devote themselves to an action that would not benefit them. And now, he still doesn't understand Duke Galitzin. Could it be that these are really so important to them? Russian Tsar Nikolai Pavlovich died of a stroke in November 1854 at the age of 58. Chapter 702. Take control of St. Petersburg. Looking at this once aloof monarch, who has now been killed by him as easily as a chick, Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin had an inexplicable joy in his heart. However, the death of Nicholas I also indicates that Duke Galitzin and others have no other way to go back than to win all the way. After all, monarchy is not a rare event in the Russian Empire. The last monarch who was killed was more than 50 years ago, but it is also a top priority. In particular, Duke Galitzin is also preparing to go against the traditional system of succession in the Russian Empire. To establish the brother of Alexander III as the new emperor of the Russian Empire, to reform the current system of the Russian Empire, and to liberate the serfs. All the unfavorable factors added together, the difficulties faced by Duke Galitzin were much more difficult than the simple slaughter of the king. Therefore, the murder of the king is not the end of Duke Galitzin, but a new beginning. When Andronik Lev Galitzin killed Nicholas I, he also turned and left Nicholas I's bedroom. Duke Galitzin, who was currently waiting in the corridor, heard the sound of the room opening. And he hurriedly turned around and asked, "How is it?" Andronik Lev Galitzin slightly, and said sternly, "Nikola has returned to his arms." "That's good." After Duke Galitzin listened to Andronik Lev Galitzin's words, he nodded and said calmly, "What we have to do now is to use the news that the outside world does not know about the death of the Tsar, accept as much power as possible from cities along the Petersburg-Moscow railway, and use these cities as strongholds to further expand your power. Only in this way will we be able to resist the coming attack of Crown Prince Alexander." Isn't Crown Prince Alexander still fighting with the British and French troops in Crimea? Would the British and French troops let them go so easily? Andronik Lev Galitzin asked Duke Galitzin in disbelief. "If Crown Prince Alexander is willing to make a deal with Britain and France at the cost of ceding Russia's interests, then he may reorganize his army in the shortest possible time." Duke Galitzin replied to Andronik Lev Galitzin, "I told you a long time ago, don't trust Britain and France too much. For them, a Russia in civil war is far better than a stable Russia." Duke Galitzin paused, then continued, "However, we don't need to worry too much. I can conclude that Crown Prince Alexander will not withdraw from the Crimea in a short time, because our current strength is far less than Crown Prince Alexander. So, the British and French armies wanting to plunge Russia into a long civil war will have to weaken the Russian forces reported in Crimea. What we need is to take advantage of this period of time as soon as possible and incorporate as many places as possible, especially the troops in Finland and Kronstadt. Have you understood?" "Understood." Andronik Lev Galitzin responded sonorously. At this moment, the soldier in charge of guarding the gate of the palace suddenly heard the news of Duke Galitzin and reported to Duke Galitzin that there were soldiers coming from Petersburg. When Duke Galitzin heard these words, he immediately ordered him to call the soldiers in charge of the report to them. As soon as the two sides met, the soldier in charge of reporting hurriedly said to Duke Galitzin, "Your Excellency, we have occupied Petersburg Square, the Hermitage and the Ministry of War in accordance with your instructions, although we also encountered a few on the way to occupying the Ministry of War resistance. But those War Department soldiers were no match for us at all. Now, except for the Crown Prince who is still in Crimea, we have completely captured and imprisoned the Romanov family. Do you have anything else to instruct?" "You are doing very well." Alexander II nodded with satisfaction, and then instructed him to take care of the Romanov family and not give them a breather. The soldier nodded hurriedly and inquired about the status of Duke Nicholas I of Galitzin. "Nikola is dead," said Prince Galitzin calmly. "What?" The soldier quickly showed a surprised look. "What's the matter?" asked Duke Galitzin. "I thought you would keep him for a while." The soldier responded candidly to Duke Galitzin. "A monarch who can speak is more helpful to our cause." Duke Galitzin smiled and said to the soldiers, "No one can guarantee that there are still many people in our army who are loyal to Nicholas I. Killing Nicholas I will help us unite with each other." "Yes," replied the soldier with a nod to Duke Galitzin. After speaking, the soldier turned and left. Before he could go far, Duke Galitzin's voice came from behind him again. "Wait a minute." The soldier stopped and asked Duke Galitzin with a puzzled expression, "What other orders do you have?" "Anyway, there is nothing serious here. I'll go with you." Duke Galitzin, who was worried about the Romanov family, responded to the soldier afterwards. Duke Galitzin ordered Andronik Lev Galitzin to stay in the Imperial Village and continue to capture the nobles in the Imperial Village. He and the soldiers who were responsible for delivering the news rode back to the Petersburg area at night. When Duke Galitzin arrived at Petersburg Square, it was already surrounded by a group of Slav soldiers in grey military uniforms. After seeing Duke Galitzin on a horse, these Slav soldiers quickly turned to Duke Galitzin. Salute. Duke Galitzin also sat down on horseback to greet them, and then Duke Galitzin came to the gate of the Hermitage. Duke Galitzin, who dismounted and entered the Winter Palace, was led by the officers of the Winter Palace to a room where the Romanov family and Prince Dolgorukov, who lived in the Winter Palace, were detained. Duke Galitzin who saw Prince Dolgorukov in the room, showed a surprised expression on his face. After a few seconds, Duke Golitsyn returned to his original calm and politely said to everyone present, "You guys are shocked. Duke Golitsyn, what the asterisk is going on?" Prince Dolgorukov asked Duke Golitsyn loudly, "Why did you send troops to occupy the Winter Palace? Are you trying to rebel? Your Majesty Dolgorukov, you misunderstood me." Duke Golitsyn replied to Dolgorukov with a hypocritical face, "The reason why I do this is only to obey your majesty. It's just an order." "Your majesty's order?" Dolgorukov looked at Duke Golitsyn suspiciously and said, "How can you prove that you obeyed his majesty's order? If not, immediately send your subordinates soldiers leave the Winter Palace. This is the most sacred place in all of Russia, not a place where you are allowed to run wild. I really don't have any evidence to prove that it was your majesty who issued this order, but I will not quit." Duke Golitsyn shook his head and responded to Dolgorukov with a strong attitude. Seeing that Duke Golitsyn was intolerant, Prince Dolgorukov once again made him request, "Where is your majesty now? I want to see your majesty." "Mr. Dolgorukov, your majesty does not want to meet you." Duke Golitsyn then responded, "If you can't let his majesty come over, then don't restrict our movements." Dolgorukov said loudly, "Your Excellency Dolgorukov, I must be responsible for your safety." Duke Golitsyn replied solemnly to Dolgorukov, "You." Dolgorukov was speechless. At this time he had already felt something was wrong. Forget it. Alexandra Feodorovna, the former queen, also vaguely realized that something might have happened to Nikolai. However, now that people are under the eaves, she does not dare to tear her face off with Duke Golitsyn. "Thank you for your understanding," Duke Golitsyn said to Queen Feodorovna, and then he turned his attention to Grand Duke Nikolaevich. At this time, there was also a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He obviously understood that the presence of Duke Golitsyn here meant that his father was dead, and he is, and will be the Tsar. Now he doesn't know that Duke Golitsyn has quietly changed the candidate for the new Tsar. Thinking of this, Nikolaivich's heart couldn't help but heat up. "His Royal Highness, Mr. Dolgorukov, then I'll go first." Duke Golitsyn bowed again to the Queen and Dolgorukov. After Duke Golitsyn left, the Queen and Dolgorukov fell into contemplation, each avoiding the possibility that Nikolai had passed away. In this way, Duke Golitsyn took advantage of the information asymmetry, and in just one night, the army in Petersburg was completely under his control. The few groups who wanted to resist and were also disarmed by him. Early the next morning, Duke Golitsyn once again borrowed the emperor's order and issued a series of reform measures, including some orders that harmed the interests of the nobles. He will soon name it Russian New Deal. When the order was passed from Petersburg to nearby cities, the nobles who had been loyal to the Russian New Deal started a rebellion. However, the power of the rebellion was too scattered, so that the rebellion of the nobles was quickly extinguished. After several days of hard work, the sporadic rebellion in the area around Petersburg was completely extinguished by Duke Golitsyn. Menshikov, who served as the governor of the Principality of Finland, was attacked and killed by an unknown force on the way back to Petersburg. The accidental death of Menshikov gave him the right to intervene in the governor of Finland. With the cooperation of the members of the association installed in Finland, Duke Golitsyn quickly mastered hundreds of thousands of troops in Finland. Chapter 703, Anglo-French Goodwill. After solving the sword of Damocles entrenched in Petersburg, Duke Golitsyn quickly declared to the Kingdom of Great Britain, the French Empire, Sardinia and the Kingdom of Great Britain the new government authorized by Nicholas the Asian Kingdom, the Swedish Kingdom, and the Ottoman Empire issued a request for peace talks. Duke Golitsyn declared to the public, the new government is committed to maintaining bilateral relations with the Western world, and hopes that Britain and France can negotiate and cooperate with each other on the basis of mutual respect. The British cabinet, who had no idea what was going on in St. Petersburg, was particularly sluggish in the face of St. Petersburg's request. Although Palmerston held several cabinet meetings in succession, the British cabinet never reached a consensus. Palmerston had no choice but to go to Windsor Castle to seek help from Prince Albert. Led by the butler, Palmerston entered a guest room in Windsor Castle. Here, he saw Prince Albert standing with his hands behind his back. "Your Highness, Palmerston bowed slightly to Prince Albert, showing respect. Prime Minister Palmerston, please sit down. Prince Albert invited Palmerston to sit down, and then poured a cup of black tea for Palmerston and himself. Palmerston then tentatively asked Albert how he should treat Duke Galitzin's invitation to peace talks in long and tongue-in-cheek Mandarin. Prime Minister Palmerston, it's up to you. Albert took a sip of his black tea and responded to Palmerston with a smile, because you are the irreplaceable core of the entire cabinet. Palmerston pondered for a long time. He didn't understand whether Albert's words were praising him or hurting him. After all, his recent actions were indeed a little too inflated. Because some time ago, the British and French troops achieved a decisive success in capturing Suomenlinna. The self-confident Palmerston ignored the warnings of the French Empire and insisted on relying on Britain's own strength to seize the military port of Kronstadt, and was killed by Kronstadt. The Russian army in the military port directly taught a lesson, and nearly 6,000 British soldiers were almost wiped out. His Royal Highness, the royal family is the undisputed core of the whole of Britain. The cabinet is nothing more than an institution that helps the royal family to manage Britain easily. Palmerston humbly bowed to Prince Albert. Seeing that the beating on Palmerston had achieved certain results, Albert simply didn't bother to sell his words. He responded to Palmerston in a casual tone. However, I have heard some news here. I don't know about Palmerston. Would Prime Minister Marston be willing to listen? Your Highness, please speak. Prime Minister Palmerston hurriedly asked Prince Albert. Prince Albert told Palmerston that just a day earlier, Queen Augusta of Paris had sent them a telegram saying that she was about to give birth, and at the end of the telegram, Augusta the Queen vaguely mentioned what was going on in St. Petersburg and expressed the emotion of "I hope the Romanov family can be safe." After listening to Albert's words, Palmerston immediately realized what was happening in St. Petersburg. Not to mention France, at least France should be an insider. He only needed to ask the French ambassador for his views on the new government. That's it. Palmerston hurriedly thanked Prince Albert, who would have had to work like a headless fly for a while if it weren't for Prince Albert. After clarifying his thoughts 3 times, Palmerston hurriedly bid farewell to Albert, who smiled and waved his hand. Prime Minister Palmerston, who returned from Windsor Castle to number 10 Downing Street, personally invited the French ambassador to Britain to a restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Prime Minister Palmerston politely asked the French ambassador to Britain what he thought of the new government formed by Duke Galitzin. Mr. Palmerston, in what capacity are you asking me this question? Villette, the ambassador to Britain, asked sternly. After a moment of hesitation, Palmerston responded to Willette, of course I'm a friend. Since it's a friend, then I'll open it up. Of course Villette did not believe in the so-called friend status, and the reason why he was willing to tell him this was entirely because of an order from Paris. Now that the Russian Empire is in power, we will talk to whomever. So, you want to have peace talks with the government led by Galitzin? Palmerston asked subconsciously. I didn't say that. Villette immediately retorted. This is entirely your own goose walk. Prime Minister Palmerston shrugged with a helpless smile on his face. It means that, as long as Duke Galitzin is willing to maintain the monarchy and cede part of Russia's interests, it is not impossible to have a conversation. Villette lowered his voice and then responded to Palmerston. After all, our isn't the purpose to bring the Russian Empire to its knees. Where's the Crimea? Palmerston then asked. We can talk too. Villette replied to Palmerston. Our aim is to weaken the Russian Empire, not to help them maintain power. Whoever sells more benefits, we will favor whoever. I understand. Palmerston nodded hastily. Afterwards, Palmerston left the meal early on the grounds that he was busy with official business and left Villette to eat alone. After Wallett was full, the restaurant manager handed Wallett another check worth £10,000 and told him that it was a little favor from the restaurant for him. Wallett, who received the check, naturally understood that this check was Palmerston's payment to him. After all, diplomatic ambassadors are allowed to tout some undisclosed foreign policy without interfering with their own interests. This is also an unspoken rule of diplomacy. Thank your boss for me. Valet said to the restaurant manager with a smile, then got up and left the restaurant. 2 more days passed, and Sardinia first began to respond to Duke Galitzin's request for peace talks. The Kingdom of Sardinia is willing to talk to all forces that are willing to maintain peace in Europe. In other words, the Kingdom of Sardinia means that it is willing to accept the new government under the leadership of Duke Galitzin. This response can be described as a single stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. Although the Kingdom of Sardinia is said to be a second-tier power in Europe, the French Empire is behind it. These words that Sardinia said to the outside world are likely to be the meaning of the French Empire. The reason why the French Empire was reluctant to issue this statement in its own name was probably due to concerns about the legal deficiencies of the new government formed by Duke Galitzin. As a result, Palmerston also imitated the behavior of the French Empire, wearing a vest. That afternoon, the Kingdom of Sweden also followed closely behind the Kingdom of Sardinia, announcing that it is willing to cooperate with the Russian Empire on bilateral issues and jointly maintain peace in Europe. Early the next morning, Duke Galitzin once again declared that he was willing to conduct friendly consultations with the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Kingdom of Sweden to jointly resolve some controversial issues. Being able to send envoys to the Russian Empire to talk face to face. This proposal of Duke Galitzin was quickly approved by the Kingdom of Sweden and Kingdom of Sardinia. They claimed that they would send a special envoy to St. Petersburg to negotiate in the near future, hoping that the Russian Empire could be maintained during this period. Order in St. Petersburg. Duke Galitzin, who received the reply from Kingdom of Sweden and Kingdom of Sardinia, said excitedly to Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin beside him, "We succeeded. Unexpectedly, they actually will use this method to help us." Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin, who was a little bit sensitive to political issues, asked Duke Galitzin suspiciously how Britain and France helped them. Duke Galitzin told him that Britain and France were helping them in disguise by asking them to maintain order in St. Petersburg. You reading www.urkanshu.com. I still don't understand. Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin was still puzzled. Duke Galitzin explained to him that now the nobles and citizens of the Russian Empire do not want to continue fighting. It can be said that peace talks with Britain and France are the common long-cherished wish of the entire Russian Empire. Now Britain and France propose to form a new government with him. Conducting peace talks is equivalent to acknowledge the legitimacy of the government he leads to a certain extent, and maintaining the order in St. Petersburg is a warning to those nobles who want to launch a rebellion in Petersburg to be a little more honest during the peace talks, otherwise the hope of peace talks will be shattered in a blink of an eye. Duke Galitzin believed that even if the Russian nobles of St. Petersburg hated him now, they would not kill him at this time point. If the peace talks fail, their wealth will shrink further in terms of maintaining the Tsarist system and maintaining personal property. Most nobles will probably choose to maintain personal property. Therefore, they can take advantage of this period of time to rectify the entire St. Petersburg. So it is. Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin woke up from a dream, then shook his head and said with emotion, "I really am not suitable for politics." "Then you can honestly take care of the army for me," Duke Galitzin said briskly, and then asked Andrew Nikolaev Galitzin to send the head of the third hall. Nikolai Orlov called over. "Yes." Andrew turned and left. After a while, Nikolai Orlov appeared in front of Duke Galitzin. Duke Galitzin told Nikolai Orlov that from now on the third chamber will be given the function of the Public Security Committee, responsible for eliminating all those who are unfavorable to the new regime. Chapter 704, New Tsar. In the face of Duke Galitzin's order, Nikolai Orlov's face showed a look of unbearable expression. Duke Galitzin, who issued the work order, saw that Nikolai Orlov resisted this order, and he asked casually, "What's the matter, Mr. Galitzin?" "I think as long as those nobles don't insist on opposing us, we don't have to shoot at them," Nikolai Orlov responded to Duke Galitzin. "Citizen Orlov." Duke Galitzin responded sternly to Nikolai Orlov, "I ask you, why did we kill the tyrant Nikolai? To build a new Russia." Nikolai Orlov replied without hesitation, "Yes. Our purpose is to build a brand new Russia, so that everyone can live on this land with dignity." Duke Galitzin nodded to Nikolai Orlov and continued, "However, in order to do these things, the serfs who are bound to the land must be liberated. turn them into free people in the true sense, but to turn them into free people, we must abolish the birthright of our country's aristocracy privilege to come. Once we abolish these rights, we are bound to be opposed by the nobles, who will do everything possible to sabotage our plans and prevent us from gaining a firm foothold in Petersburg and Moscow. Whenever we have any weakness, they will turn into wolves and bite us fiercely. At that time, let's not talk about preserving the achievements of the revolution. Even his life may not be guaranteed. Therefore, we must learn from the original Public Security Committee and let those who try to subvert the achievements of our revolution feel fear. Only in this way will they be able to learn to fear. But blindly killing is not a long-term solution. Nikolai Orlov reminded Duke Golitsyn. Long time. Duke Golitsyn shook his head with a wry smile and said, "We are trying a road that Russia has not tried for thousands of years. Instead of focusing on the long-term future, it is better to think about the current situation. Think about the outcome of the French First Republic and the Second Republic." The thinking of Duke Golitsyn at this time is roughly the same as that of Lenin, just after he seized power. Now he does not think about what to do in the future at all, but does everything he can to maintain the life of the power. As long as this regime can last, it can have infinite possibilities. On the other hand, if this regime has become an extravagant hope for a long time, then what is there to discuss about the future and longevity? P.S. One more word here. When Ms. Luxemburg was arguing with Lenin, Ms. Luxemburg pointed out the problem of the corruption of the vanguard raised by Lenin. Lenin did not directly refute this issue, because in Lenin's view, the vanguard must first be able to seize power before it can be corrupted. A paper organization that cannot even seize power is not worthy of discussing the so-called corruption. After the success of the October Revolution, Lenin always had the optimism that beyond the Paris Commune is a success as to how long the new Soviet regime could last. Nikolai Orlov thought of the former First Republic and the Second Republic. One lasted for 7 years, the end of the coup of Napoleon Brumaire, and the other lasted for less than 3 years. The coup ended in 1851. France wants to build a republic and that's it, not to mention the Russian Empire. I understand. I will do as you ask. Nikolai Orlov nodded and responded to Duke Golitsyn. You just understand. Duke Golitsyn smiled and nodded to Nikolai Orlov. Subsequently, Nikolai Orlov bid farewell to Duke Golitsyn. And Duke Golitsyn came to the gate of the Winter Palace from the Ministry of War, and the guards in charge of guarding the Winter Palace hurriedly saluted Duke Golitsyn. How are the conditions of Prince Dolgorukov and the Queen? Duke Golitsyn asked the guard. The guard told Duke Golitsyn that during this time, both Dolgorukov and the Queen's family were very friendly, and it seemed that they already understood their current situation. Very well, now I'm going to see them. Open the door. Duke Golitsyn responded to the guard. The guard hurriedly opened the door, and Duke Golitsyn was able to enter the Winter Palace. Then Duke Golitsyn, led by the guards, came to the room where the Queen's family was at this time. The Queen was sitting upright on the sofa, and Grand Duke Nikolai Nikolaevich and Grand Duke Mikhail Nikolaevich sat on the left and right sides of the Queen. The arrival of Duke Golitsyn made the three present hurriedly stand up from the sofa. Your Majesty, how are you feeling recently? Although Duke Golitsyn no longer had the slightest respect for the Queen of Nikolai, he still called her the Queen politely. Duke Golitsyn. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Alexander's mouth, and she said to the Kingslayer who could decide their life and death, except for not being able to go out, everything is fine. That's good. Duke Golitsyn nodded, then turned his eyes to Grand Duke Nikolai Nikolaevich and said, His Royal Highness, please allow me to have a private talk with Grand Duke Nikolaevich. Great. Fyodorovna, who heard that Duke Golitsyn wanted to talk to her son alone, panicked instantly. She was afraid that her son would be killed by Duke Golitsyn like his father. Golitsyn is in power now that the entire Russian Empire is yours. Can you spare my poor child? Fyodorovna asked Duke Golitsyn in a pleading tone. Your Majesty, Russia is no longer the Russia of any individual, but the Russia of all the Slavic peoples. Duke Golitsyn replied, furthermore, I'm not trying to kill your son, but I really want to talk to him. If the conversation between us goes well, you will have a certain degree of freedom. Mother, I want to talk to Prince Golitsyn. Nikolai Nikolaevich also said to Fyodorovna. Then, Fyodorovna hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, then you can go, Grand Duke Nikolai Nikolaevich and Duke Golitsyn left Fyodorovna's room and came to an empty guest room in the Winter Palace Point. As soon as he entered the guest room, Archduke Nikolai Nikolaevich yelled at Duke Golitsyn with a gloomy face. "Duke Golitsyn, what the asterisk is going on with you? Why haven't you announced that I'm from the Russian Empire? Tsar? Don't forget, everything you do now depends on me to succeed, citizen Nikolaevich." Duke Golitsyn responded to Nikolaevich word for word, "Thank you very much for your contribution to the revolution. However, it is a pity that you cannot be the Tsar of the new Russian Empire." What? Hearing the news, Nikolaevich's face showed seriousness and annoyance. He grabbed Duke Golitsyn's collar and shouted, "You say it again. Unfortunately, after our careful consideration, you cannot become the Tsar of the new Russian Empire." Duke Golitsyn responded sternly, "I'm going to kill you." Archduke Nikolaevich yelled at Duke Golitsyn through gritted teeth, "Even if you kill me, you can't become a Tsar." Duke Golitsyn's face showed no fear, "And if I die, the entire Romanov will be buried with me. You are really willing to risk your own life, and do I die with my life without a few years left?" Prince Golitsyn's words made Nikolaevich slowly put down his hand. He didn't want to bury his precious life with an old man who had only a few years left. "Prince Nikolaevich, you should feel lucky," Duke Golitsyn said coldly to Nikolaevich. "I didn't treat you like the Republic treated the Duke of Orleans. Otherwise, the place where you and I talk is not here, but in the execution ground. Are you going to build a republic on Russian soil?" Archduke Nikolaevich asked Duke Golitsyn in dismay. "No. There will still be a monarch in Russia." Duke Golitsyn shook his head and responded to Nikolaevich, "The citizens of this land are not used to the days without a monarch. I need it. Find a monarch for them. My thoughts are the same as yours, and I can become the new monarch of the Russian Empire." Grand Duke Nikolaevich tried to recommend himself. "His Excellency the Grand Duke, I will tell you again," Duke Golitsyn emphasized, "you have lost the qualification to be chosen to be the monarch. Besides me, who else are you going to choose?" "Mikhail?" Archduke Nikolaevich asked. "Your Excellency, we will notify you when the new Tsar is chosen." Duke Golitsyn responded coldly, then turned and left the room. "Bastard." Archduke Nikolaevich couldn't help but yelled point. Then Duke Golitsyn left the Winter Palace for the residence of Crown Prince Alexander in Petersburg. Here he met Maria Alexandrovna, wife of Crown Prince Alexander. At this time, Maria Alexandrovna was holding the future monarch Alexander III in one hand and the brother of Alexander III in the other hand, and looked nervously at Duke Golitsyn in front of her. "I don't understand what Duke Golitsyn is doing here, Jean. Here are His Royal Highness. Can we talk alone?" Duke Golitsyn bowed to Maria Alexandrovna. "Of course." Maria Alexandrovna nodded, and then ordered her servants to take the two princes away. Later, Duke Golitsyn said to Maria Alexandrovna, "According to the unanimous consent of the Constitutional Committee, your son will be elected as the new Tsar of the Russian Empire." Chapter 705, Sovereign Power Granted by the People. After hearing Duke Golitsyn's speech, Princess Maria Feodorovna was not happy that her son was elected as the new Tsar, but was heartbroken like Empress Fedorovna. Filled with fear, who else in St. Petersburg does not know that the so-called new Russian Empire in Duke Golitsyn's mouth is a replica of the original French Republic, and the reason why he wears the coat of the Russian Empire is nothing more than a show for the British Kingdom and the French Empire watchpoint. Once Duke Golitsyn is completely stabilized, then her son is likely to die by guillotine like Louis XVI of the French Republic. Duke Golitsyn. No, Golitsyn is in power. Maria Feodorovna pleaded with a trembling voice to the old man who controlled the life and death of their mother and son. "My son is too young. His talent is not enough to be the Tsar. You should let him go." "His Royal Highness, I'm sorry." Duke Golitsyn sighed, spread his hands, and responded to Maria Feodorovna. "This is an order from the Constitutional Council, and no one can disobey it. Golitsyn is in power, and the Constitutional Committee was created by you. You must have a way." Maria Feodorovna continued to plead with Duke Golitsyn. "My son is only 11 years old, incapable of being Tsar. I beg you, choose someone else." "I'm sorry." Duke Golitsyn mercilessly responded to Maria Feodorovna coldly. "Even I cannot disobey the order of the Constitutional Council. Lar Alexandrovich must be the Tsar." Also, please remember that the Tsar of Grand Duke Nicholas was elected by the Constitutional Committee, not given by God. The subtext is that the new Russian Empire was transformed from the divine authority of the monarchy to the authority of the people, and after the sanctity of the monarchy was weakened, the rights naturally, it will also be weakened to a certain extent. After speaking, Duke Golitsyn told Maria Theodorovna again that the time for the coronation of Archduke Nicholas was when the ambassadors of the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Kingdom of Sweden arrived. He hoped that Maria Theodorovna would Princess Nakan keep herself safe during this time, otherwise any irrational action of her will bring a devastating disaster to her son. Seeing that Maria Theodorovna, who was unable to disobey Duke Golitsyn, had to forcibly calm down her mind, he had to seek a little hope of survival for himself and his children. Golitsyn is in power. Maria Theodorovna asked with a trembling tone, if my son chooses to obey your orders and be crowned Tsar, can you guarantee my poor child's death, life safety? His Royal Highness, at the time, France was not intent on building a republic. Duke Golitsyn did not directly answer Maria Theodorovna's words, but responded to her by citing the scriptures. Even if it is a republic by you. Robespierre, the disgusted republic ruler, was also once a royalist. If Louis XVI hadn't squandered the trust of the people of Paris again and again, he would not have been sent to the guillotine. It can be said that Louis XVI ruined his life because he was too stupid. Duke Golitsyn's words gave Maria Theodorovna a little more comfort in her terrified heart, and she quickly responded to Duke Golitsyn. Golitsyn is in power, please rest assured. We will definitely obey US arrangement. That's really good. Duke Golitsyn nodded with satisfaction. I'm not someone who wants to abolish the Tsarist system completely, as long as His Majesty can honestly obey the arrangements. I can keep you safe on behalf of the Constitutional Committee. Duke Golitsyn paused for a moment, then continued, however, part of the Romanov family's property may be lost. We give it to you. Maria Theodorovna immediately responded to Duke Golitsyn, Your Highness, these properties of yours are not owned by me, but by the entire Russian Empire. Duke Golitsyn specially emphasized, although these properties cannot wash away the sins of the Romanov family, they are enough to make Russian citizens of the empire have made a difference to the Romanovs. Just do what you want. Maria Theodorovna hurriedly responded to Duke Golitsyn. She didn't care what the citizens of the Russian Empire thought of her. What she had to do now was to protect their family's elder's small life. His Royal Highness, it seems that the two of us have reached a consensus. Duke Golitsyn's tone was no longer aggressive. He said slowly and peacefully to Maria Theodorovna, can you please do more? I do one thing. What's the matter? Maria Theodorovna asked Duke Golitsyn. I hope you can write a letter to your husband, Citizen Alexander. Duke Golitsyn firmly refused to recognize Alexander II's right to the throne, so he called Alexander II Citizen Alexander to write a letter. Duke Golitsyn sincerely said to Maria Theodorovna, you tell him that I don't want to go to war with Citizen Alexander. After all, whether I defeat him or he defeats me, it will bring indelible damage to the entire Russian Empire. So for the sake of the entire Russian Empire, can I beg Alexander to go abroad? If he is willing to go abroad, the Constitutional Committee is willing to hand over 10 million rubles to the citizen Alexander at one time for his study abroad. This money is enough to let him spend his old age in peace. Although Duke Golitsyn understood that a war between him and Alexander II was inevitable, he still had a glimmer of hope in Alexander II. If Alexander II was willing to leave Russia, then a civil war could not be effectively avoided. Besides, it was his son who was about to be the Tsar. Is Crown Prince Alexander really going to be cheeky and take the throne from his own son? Maria Theodorovna hesitated for a moment, then responded to Duke Golitsyn. Golitsyn is in power. You should know that the throne of the Russian Empire symbolizes the supremacy of the entire Russian Empire. No one is willing to give it up, and even if I write to him, he will certainly not agree. Your Highness, please don't worry. Duke Golitsyn naturally understood Maria Theodorovna's subtext, and he hurriedly said with relief, even if Citizen Alexander is unwilling to leave the Russian Empire, I will not be angry with this incident to you. Your son is still the Tsar of the Russian Empire, and you are also the noble Empress Dowager. As for Citizen Alexander, Duke Golitsyn sighed softly, and the meaning was self-evident. P.S. The fine tradition of the coup d'etat in the Russian Empire. The first is to kill the father and keep the son, and the second is that the new Tsar does not engage in counterattacks. So even if Duke Golitsyn really kills the father of the new Tsar will not be there. After mastering the power, he came to link up the 9 clans with Duke Golitsyn. This peculiar coup d'etat system originated from the original Roman Empire. Okay. Maria Dyatlova nodded and responded to Duke Golitsyn. I will write to my husband and ask him to lay down his arms. Your Highness, you are avoiding a civil war for the Russian Empire. Duke Golitsyn bowed again to Maria Dyatlova. On behalf of the Russian Empire, I thank you for your efforts. Maria Dyatlova showed a helpless smile on the corner of her mouth. Of course, if it was possible, she was unwilling to write this letter, but now she has no choice. After Duke Golitsyn left, Maria Dyatlova sat on the ground with a pop, and then burst into tears. When the 11-year-old Nikolai Alexandrovich heard Maria Dyatlovan's cry, he hurriedly came to Mary with his 10-year-old brother, the future Alexander III. Beside Dyatlova, he patted Maria Dyatlovan's shoulder with his white palm. Riyadh1.com, and then spoke to Maria Dyatlova in a tender voice and said, "Mother, don't cry, don't cry. Nikki, I'm sorry." Maria Dyatlova hugged Nikolai Alexandrovich crying and said to him, "I didn't protect you. It's okay." Nikolai Alexandrovich didn't know the fate he was going to face next. Worrying about his mother's health, he shook his head and comforted Maria Dyatlova. On the other hand, Duke Golitsyn, who had returned to the Ministry of War from the residence of Crown Prince Alexander, once again gave orders to Andrew Nikolaev Golitsyn, asking him to immediately appoint Nikolai Alexandrovich as Tsar. Orders are posted on the streets of Petersburg every day, because this can play a role in stabilizing people's hearts. Yes. Andrew Nikolaev Golitsyn hurriedly responded. Over the next day, Andrew sent people to post and spread the news of the new Tsar's succession. The residents of Petersburg, who were succeeded by a new Tsar, were finally relieved. After all, Russia's more than 200 years of Tsarist dictatorship can be abolished with a single order. A large part of the residents living in the Petersburg area hated Nicholas I, but they did not hate the Tsarist system. Immediately afterwards, rumors spread that the provisional government formed by Duke Golitsyn had reached an agreement with the Romanov family. The hearts of Petersburg became much more stable, and some nobles who wanted to rebel also stopped and began to wait and see if the new Tsar's succession could restore the privileges abolished by the provisional government. They would not rebel. Unfortunately, they do not know that their wait and see is the beginning of their demise. Chapter 706. Anxious Alexander II. Just when the nobles of St. Petersburg were hesitating whether to carry out a military coup against Golitsyn's provisional government, more than 1,000 kilometers away from St. Petersburg, on the Crimean Peninsula, the Russian Imperial Army was in an unprecedented crisis. There are 2 reasons for the crisis of the Russian Empire's army. The first point is the successive fiasco of the Russian army in the recent period of time. The current Russian army not only lost Bakhchisaray, but even Simferopol was also cut off by the French Empire, by occupying the village of the Guards. Simplified version. France continued to attract Simferopol's defenders, to support them by 3 divisions/corps, the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th divisions, and then dispatched 2 divisions, the 1st division and the 4th division. The troops landed through Alushta and detoured to the Guards village in the rear of Simferopol, cutting off the back road. When the Russian Empire reacted, nearly 40,000 people from the 1st and 4th divisions had built a relatively complete defensive position in the Guards village. Alexander II of Simferopol and both Gorchakov immediately reacted to being outflanked by the back road from home, and hurriedly sent troops to attack the Guards village, both of which were attacked by France, who had slightly fewer people than them. Army defeated. France took the opportunity to launch a general attack on Bakhchisaray and won the Bakhchisaray area in one fell swoop. Detailed version. The second point is that the news of Duke Golitsyn's establishment of a provisional government was deliberately passed on to Simferopol and thatched by Jerome Bonaparte, which was even more devastating to the Russian army, whose morale had declined. Currently stationed in Sachi and Simferopol can be said to be in complete chaos, not to mention high-intensity battles with the coalition forces, and even an orderly retreat cannot be carried out. Almost every day, dozens or even more than 100 people surrendered to France and Britain from the Russian Imperial Army. After a few days like this, Alexander II, the highest commander of the Russian army, finally made up his mind to submit to Jerome Bonaparte, even if he had to bear extremely harsh conditions. It remains to be seen whether the Romanovs will survive in the Russian Empire if the rebels in the Petersburg region are allowed to gain a foothold. After all, this coup is different from all previous coups before, whether it was Catherine who killed Peter the Great or Tsar Paul who was killed by the Guards. The replacement of the Tsar was completed without changing the political system. There is a certain degree of tacit understanding between the new Tsar and the monarch. And Duke Golitsyn not only replaced the Tsar, he also removed all the roots of the Romanov family's rule over the Russian Empire. New Russian Empire on the policy of Duke Golitsyn. In the eyes of Alexander II, it was nothing more than a republic in the cloak of a Tsar. Therefore, for the sake of the Romanov family, Alexander II will never allow Duke Golitsyn to survive. Of course, it is not only Alexander II who has this idea. Whether it is Commander Gorchakov or Ambassador Gorchakov, after seeing the policy issued by Duke Golitsyn, they all realize that Duke Golitsyn is prepare to learn from the original idea of the French Republic and uproot the nobles and Romanovs together. Gorchakov's cousins, who are members of the privileged class, did not have the courage to sacrifice their family privileges for the whole of Russia like Duke Golitsyn. And the current Duke of Golitsyn is just taking back their privileges. God knows if the next step will be to learn from the original French Republic and return all their property to the public. That is the wealth that they have earned through the efforts of several generations. Why are they? Give the white silver to the poor. Therefore, the Gorchakov brothers also want to negotiate peace as soon as possible and return to St. Petersburg to fight the rebels to the death. However, since the two brothers are not the true decision makers of the army, and they also know that this time in the peace talks, Jerome Bonaparte's asking price is only higher than the last time, so they dare not say anything more, only can patiently wait for Alexander II to make a decision. I have decided to start the second peace talks with the French Empire. Brother Gorchakov breathed a sigh of relief when Alexander II publicly announced his willingness to negotiate with the French Empire again. As a result, Ivanov Gorchakov, who was in charge of liaison, walked out of Simferopol with a white flag again and came to the headquarters of the French army stationed in Bakhchisaray. The people who met with Ivanov Gorchakov this time were not Jerome Bonaparte and Verevsky, but one of Verevsky's entourage. "Where is your majesty now?" Ivanov Gorchakov anxiously asked Jerome Bonaparte's location. The entourage responded in a sullen manner, "Your majesty and the minister will go to Constantinople for the time being. If there is anything important, you can wait until his majesty returns." "When will his majesty be back?" Ivanov Gorchakov hurriedly asked again. "It's impossible to say." The follower touched his chin and responded to Ivanov Gorchakov, "In short, about a week. In long, maybe 2 or 3 months. After all, the Crimea is so cold." With that said, the entourage stomped his feet gently, as if to dispel the chill from his body. 2 or 3 months. This is too long. Ivanov Gorchakov responded impatiently to his entourage. "Mr. Messenger, maybe his majesty will be back in a week." The entourage replied cheerfully to Ivanov Gorchakov, "Just wait patiently for a while." But Ivanov Gorchakov wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jerome Patterson. Jerome Patterson responded to Ivanov Gorchakov with a blank face. "Mr. Ivanov, please don't say more. Just return to Simferopol and wait patiently. It's gone." Ivanov Gorchakov felt extremely aggrieved. But who let them beg him now? Ivanov Gorchakov lost a smile on the live broadcast and said that if any one of Emperor Jerome Bonaparte and Minister of Foreign Affairs Walewski came back, if so, please be sure to go to Simferopol to inform them. At that time, their Crown Prince Alexander will definitely reward them heavily. "Mr. Ivanov." Jerome Patterson smiled and said provocatively, "As far as I know, the new government in Petersburg does not seem to recognize the legitimacy of your crown prince." Hearing Jerome Patterson's words, Ivanov Gorchakov's face immediately turned gloomy. After a while, he hurriedly showed a reluctant smile at Jerome Pat. Zun responded, I don't think any responsible person who has taken a vacation will admit that the government in Petersburg has no legitimacy at all. To tell you the truth, Our Majesty only cares about the monarchy, not who is sitting on the monarch's seat. Jerome Patterson also revealed. Jerome Patterson's words made Ivanov Gorkakov's face stiff, and a sense of crisis poured into his heart. From Jerome Patterson's words alone, it can be judged that the French Empire did not regard those guys in Petersburg as enemies of the monarchy. If the St. Petersburg guys were to be accepted by the monarchy, their situation would be even worse. Please tell your majesty. Also ask him to help the Russian Empire in the face of being a monarchy. Ivanov Gorkakov pleaded with Jerome Patterson. The purpose of those guys is in order to implement the republic in the name of the monarch. It can be said that the whole monarchy is an individual. The monarchy is not Coca-Cola. Jerome Patterson doesn't know anything about Coca-Cola because it was given to him by Jerome Bonaparte. We can't ask the monarchies of the world to be one way. Sometimes www.riyadh1.com, a pluralistic monarchy is also a way. Jerome Patterson said to Ivanov Gorkakov, according to the script, Coca-Cola. What is this? Ivanov Gorkakov asked Jerome Patterson with a puzzled expression. A special water that can be drunk. Jerome Patterson responded to Ivanov Gorkakov, but we have to uphold the monarch's inherent sacred rights, don't we? If some people are allowed to break the rules, the monarchy will lose its sanctity. He can't rule the whole country. Ivanov Gorkakov tried to use his own understanding of the monarchy to apply the French monarchy. Jerome Patterson smiled slightly. He didn't want to tell Ivanov Gorkakov that the French monarchy was based on a referendum, and the will of the whole people could, to a certain extent, control the will of the monarch. I will relay your words to His Majesty by telegram. Jerome Patterson nodded and replied to Ivanov Gorkakov. Shortly after Ivanov Gorkakov left, Jerome Bonaparte and Versky appeared in front of Jerome Patterson and questioned him and Ivanov Gorkakov. Contents of Gorkakov's talk. Jerome Patterson told them the situation one by one, and Jerome Bonaparte said in a daze, it seems that the Russian Empire is about to endure. Yes, your majesty. Walewski hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. In a short time, Alexander will submit to you. The guard is here at that time. We will have to treat them well, said Jerome Bonaparte in a more serious voice. Chapter 707. Negotiation resumes. On the other hand, as soon as Ivanov Gorkakov, who had returned to Simferopol from Bakhchisaray, entered the city, he was informed that Crown Prince Alexander wanted him to go to the headquarters immediately. Gorkakov hurriedly rode to the headquarters in the center of Simferopol. When Ivanov Gorkakov arrived at the headquarters, he immediately felt the decadent atmosphere that pervaded the headquarters, from the guards guarding the headquarters to the adjutants, staff officers, and clerks inside the headquarters. There was a look of disappointment on everyone's faces, which was in stark contrast to the confidence and conviction he felt in the French headquarters. Alas. Looking at the group of colleagues who had completely lost their fighting spirit in front of him, Ivanov Gorkakov couldn't help sighing softly. If he hadn't made a trip to the French headquarters, he probably wouldn't have realized that the morale of the Russian Empire had fallen to this point. After all, once an individual is infected with a collective emotion, it is very difficult for him to escape from this emotion. Under the leadership of an adjutant in the command, Ivanov Gorkakov quickly arrived at the office where Crown Prince Alexander was. Ivanov Gorkakov, who was standing at the door of the office, knocked gently on the door. After a while, the voice of Crown Prince Alexander came from the office. Come in. Ivanov Gorkakov quickly pushed open the door, and when he entered the office, he found that there were not only the Crown Prince, but also Commander Gorkakov, Count Orlov and Gorkako in the office of Crown Prince Alexander. Ambassador. As soon as Ivanov Gorkakov entered the door, he heard Crown Prince Alexander's impatient question. Lieutenant Colonel Ivanov, how is the situation in the French Empire? His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte, are you willing to negotiate with us? His Royal Highness. Ivanov Gorkakov showed a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and said in a low voice, this time I went to the French headquarters, and I didn't see His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte. Didn't see it? With an anxious look on Alexander II's face, he asked again, what about Foreign Minister Walewski? You should have seen this. Ivanov Gorchakov shook his head again and responded to Alexander II. I was told by the French command that Foreign Minister Walewski and His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte have gone to Constantine Fort. It's expected to take more than 2 months to come back. Got. Crown Prince Alexander couldn't help shouting in a low voice. For Alexander II, who now wants to return to Petersburg to quell the rebellion, every day they stay in Simferopol means that their odds of winning are reduced by 1 point. If they really want to waste 2 months here, then the traitors in the Petersburg region can take advantage of this time to stabilize their position in the Petersburg region and bring Moscow into their hands. By the waypoint at that time, it will be difficult for Alexander II to quell the rebellion. If the trouble is bad, they are likely to be wiped out by the traitors in St. Petersburg. After all, St. Petersburg and Moscow are arguably the quintessence of the entire Russian Empire. Once the traitors have established a stable and authoritative government in these two regions, they can completely crush the places outside these two regions. Hearing Ivanov Gorchakov's answer, the Gorchakov brothers and Orlov's faces also became gloomy. And they also understood what the 2-month stay meant to them. So, Count Orlov couldn't help but suggest to Alexander II, His Royal Highness, breakthrough. I don't believe that these people can completely stop our army, Your Excellency Count. Commander Gorchakov replied to Count Orlov, if we do not reach an agreement with France, even if we are lucky enough to break through, we will face the pursuit of the coalition forces. At that time, let alone the traitors who exterminated St. Petersburg, it would be fortunate not to be exterminated by the traitors in St. Petersburg. Then what are we going to do? Count Orlov stood up and shouted at Commander Gorchakov, now we are trapped in this damned place, and we can't retreat. Do we really want to? Are you going to be here for 2 months? For Count Orlov, returning to Petersburg 1 day early means that his property, manor, castle, can be recovered a little bit, which is the money that their family has worked hard to save. Your Excellency Count, it doesn't help that you are angry with me now. Commander Gorchakov resisted the anger in his heart and patiently responded to Count Orlov. The most urgent task now is to reach an agreement with the French army as soon as possible. Peace talks. We can't waste too much time here. Commander Gorchakov is right. Alexander II turned his eyes to Count Orlov and said slowly, Count Orlov, I know how you can't wait to return to St. Petersburg now. No one of us is in the same mood as you, but the more we are at this juncture, the more we have to keep a cool head. Don't let your emotions sway your judgment. Alexander II's speech made the anger in Count Orlov's heart weaken slightly. Count Orlov believed that none of the people present was more anxious than Alexander II. Because what they lost was property and privileges, and Alexander II lost the whole country. I'm too anxious. Count Orlov hurriedly confessed to Alexander II and sat back on the chair. His Royal Highness, I would like to ask you to grant me the right to make a decisive decision. Ambassador Gorchakov, who had never spoken, also stood up and said to Alexander II, in this way, I will be able to share with Jerome Bonaparte, Your Majesty, to discuss in detail this. Alexander II hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and agreed to grant Gorchakov the right to make a provisional decision, and then he asked Gorchakov what method he was going to use to remove Jerome Bonaparte from the Emperor Tantinopol. Called His Royal Highness, if I'm not mistaken, His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski did not go to Constantinople, they are still staying in Bakhchisaray. Ambassador Gorchakov told Alexander II responded, tell me your reasons. Alexander II responded to Gorchakov, therefore, His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte also doesn't want us to stay in Crimea for too long. Gorchakov confidently responded to Alexander II, the longer we stay here, the stronger the Petersburg rebels will be. Once we can't compete with the Petersburg rebels, the coalition will be anxious. Therefore, I conclude that His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski must still be staying in Bakhchisaray at this critical juncture. Then why didn't they meet with Ivanov? Alexander II asked again. Maybe it's because His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte thinks that Lieutenant Colonel Ivanov is not good enough. Ambassador Gorchakov responded to Alexander II, as Lieutenant Colonel, he did not decide the entire Russian Empire. The rights of the army, and His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte does not want to repeat the previous negotiation process, So he wants us to send a person of sufficient weight. As soon as Ambassador Gorkakov's voice fell, Alexander II looked at Ivanov Gorkakov. Ambassador Gorkakov's guess is not without reason. Ivanov Gorkakov's military rank is indeed not enough to represent the entire Russian Empire. In negotiating with the coalition forces thinking of this, Alexander II nodded and said to Ambassador Gorkakov, "Okay. You will go to Bakhchisaray on behalf of the army. I don't care what method you use, you must sign a truce with the coalition forces." "Yes, Your Highness." Ambassador Gorkakov nodded in response to Alexander II. Early the next morning, Ambassador Gorkakov and his delegation set off from Simferopol. After a long journey of several hours, Huakanchu.com arrived at the French headquarters in Bakhchisaray around noon. The person in charge of receiving him was still Jerome Patterson. At this time, Jerome Patterson showed an impatient look on his face. "Didn't I tell you yesterday? Your Majesty, Minister Jer has already arrived. Constantinople. It will take about a month to return. Then please allow me to wait here for His Majesty's arrival." Ambassador Gorkakov responded to Jerome Patterson with a smile. "Before how to leave, His Highness Alexander told me, if the armistice is not completed, then I will never be able to return to Simferopol. During this period of time that His Majesty has not returned, my mission and I will be troubled. Come on." Ambassador Gorkakov took out another bill from the Frankfurt Bank. He told Jerome Patterson that this bill was for the meal expenses during his stay here. "Hope Jerome Patterson can take it." The young Jerome Patterson couldn't say a word. Afterwards, Ambassador Gorkakov assumed a habit of staying in Bakhchisaray, and Jerome Bonaparte, who was staying in Sevastopol, also showed a dumbfounded expression after hearing the news. "Your Majesty, what should I do now?" Minister Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte. "Let him wait 2 days in Bakhchisaray. Then we will show up again." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Walewski. 2 days later, Ambassador Gorkakov received a notification from Jerome Patterson that Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski would return to Crimea this evening. Peninsula, expected to arrive tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708, Surrendered Russian Empire. So Ambassador Gorkakov had to wait another day in Bakhchisaray and got up early the next morning to wait for the arrival of Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski. But Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski obviously had no intention of negotiating in a hurry. They set off from Sevastopol unhurriedly and did not arrive at Bakhchisaray until noon. Then, after having a simple lunch at the barracks in Bakhchisaray, I arrived at the French headquarters to meet with Ambassador Gorkakov. "Ambassador, Gorkakov is really sorry for keeping you waiting. If you had told me earlier, I would have said nothing to make you wait here." Jerome Bonaparte deliberately pretended Sukiru held Ambassador Gorkakov's hand in a very apologetic manner and said to him. Ambassador Gorkakov of course understood what Jerome Bonaparte said, but it was just a polite remark. The reason why Jerome Bonaparte made them wait so long was just to kill them. Their sharpness makes the negotiation more inclined towards them. So Gorkakov shook his head and said weakly to Jerome Bonaparte, "Nothing. In fact, we are the ones who should apologize the most. If it weren't for us, His Majesty should be enjoying life in Constantinople by now. It's nothing. For the peace of Europe, no matter how hard it is, it's worth it." Jerome Bonaparte replied to Ambassador Gorkakov with a smile. "Your Majesty, what you said is really good." Ambassador Gorkakov responded with a compliment. After a brief chat, Jerome Bonaparte and Ambassador Gorkakov, no, to be precise, Minister Walewski on behalf of Jerome Bonaparte and Gorkakov on Ambassador Koff began to enter the negotiation stage on behalf of Alexander II. "Your Excellency Minister, compared to what you should know, a series of things happened in our country recently." Ambassador Gorkakov, who had been waiting for a long time, didn't want to go around any further. He directly asked Verevsky. Minister said, "I deeply sympathize with what happened to Crown Prince Alexander. Verevsky responded to Ambassador Gorkhakov's point. After all, according to the policy issued by the new government in St. Petersburg, Alexander has been deprived of the right to inherit the Russian Tsar by the Constitutional Council of the Russian Empire. The current new Tsar of the Russian Empire is his underage child, and Duke Golitsyn was unanimously elected as the regent of the Russian Empire and the chairman of the First Council of the Russian Empire. It can be said that he is the first consul of the current new Russian Empire. If it weren't for a Tsar's cloak as a cover, it could be called a complete republic. Although Verevsky knew better about the state of the Russian Empire than Ambassador Gorkakov, he still needed to put on an uninformed look on his face. However, I'm a little curious. Why does the newly established State Duma in your country has the right to abolish a Tsar's heir? Does it mean that your country is already democratic to such a degree? Verevsky's sarcastic remarks pointing at the monk and scolding the bald donkey made Gorkakov look embarrassed. Even if Gorkakov knew in his heart that Britain and France had an unclear relationship with the Petersburg traitorous government, otherwise, why would the Kingdom of Sweden and Kingdom of Sardinia send people there? But he also has to cooperate with Walewski's performance. Your Excellency, in fact, our Crown Prince not only does not recognize the verdict of the State Duma, but also does not recognize the State Duma established by Petersburg. That's interesting. Verevsky smiled with interest. Since you don't recognize the rights of the State Duma, how did this State Duma appear? Actually, the State Duma was kidnapped by traitors from the Petersburg region. Our monarch Nikolai was kidnapped, and he coerced the authority he established. Commander Gorkakov responded to Verevsky. Now the monarch is still alive and dead, and these guys, who have stolen power through conspiracy, are brazenly claiming a new Russian empire in Petersburg. Ambassador Gorkakov, isn't that good? Ambassador Walevs responded with a sullen expression. The Russian Empire really needs some changes. Your Excellency Minister, I also think that the Russian Empire is indeed going to change, but this change should not be done by a group of traitors. Ambassador Gorkakov said with grief and indignation. It should be done by His Majesty the Emperor or His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in person. Promulgated to change the whole of Russia in a step-by-step manner instead of using radical means to force change the whole of Russia. However, they did promulgate the law in the name of the new emperor. Walewski responded eloquently, if I'm not wrong, the current emperor of the Russian Empire is the son of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Alexander. The right of succession is only behind Crown Prince Alexander. However, the new emperor does not have the ability to be independent. Ambassador Gorkakov then responded to Verevsky. All his laws were created by the traitor Golitsyn. Walewski spread his hands and said to Ambassador Gorkakov, Your Excellency Ambassador, the issue of the right to inherit the throne is just your family affairs, and I don't want to explore too much with you. Whether you like it or not, it's just your own subjective opinion. For me, the new Tsar of the Russian Empire also has legal benefits. The right of monarch sometimes does not necessarily come from God, but can also come from the subjects who live in the land under his rule. Having said that, Walewski glanced at Jerome Bonaparte subconsciously. Jerome Bonaparte showed an approving smile at the corner of his mouth. Ambassador Gorkakov also realized that talking about the divine right of the monarch to the monarch and minister in front of him would not be understood at all. Because Jerome Bonaparte's throne was decided by referendum, he could not deny the legitimacy brought by referendum. Ambassador Gorkakov had no choice but to change his mind and take the traitors in the Petersburg area seriously. Could it be that as the only legitimate government in France, your country has to intercede for those rebels? Rebels? Minister Verevsky still had a smile on his face. If you are classified as a rebel, then what about the eyes of Ekaterina and the Holy King in your country? Ambassador Gorkakov's expression froze. He really forgot that the coup d'etat in the Russian Empire itself is an old tradition. If a rebellion is defined as a rebellion, then there are too many traitors in the Russian Empire. Your Excellency, the traitor in the Petersburg area is very different from the previous palace coups. Ambassador Gorkakov replied to Verevsky, this time the traitor is more revolutionary than ever. If this revolution was to succeed in Russia, it must have spread like a common plague. At that time, the whole of Europe will have to face what happened a few years ago. So, what are you going to do? Verevsky asked Gorkakov. We hope that your country will be able to see the same monarchy and pull the Russian emperor Ambassador Gorkakov whispered to Walewski, as a monarchy, the French Empire should fight revolution with Russia. We warmly welcome the integration of the French Empire into the European monarchy. Ambassador Gorkakov, even if your country doesn't welcome us, it doesn't hurt. Jerome Bonaparte suddenly said to Ambassador Gorkakov, after all, if you don't recognize our country as a monarchy, you still treat me as a monarchy. The only enemy country is the Russian Empire. Facing Jerome Bonaparte's answer, Ambassador Gorkakov hurriedly said in a low voice, Your Majesty, all the previous misunderstandings. Now the misunderstanding has been resolved. Our Russian Empire will be your best brother. Brother. Russia, I really have no luck. Jerome Bonaparte said mercilessly, who knows, if you will stab me right after the crisis is over. Eternal. God Emperor no. No. Gorkakov shook his head desperately and replied sincerely, Our Russian Empire treats every friend with great sincerity, and will never do anything to harm friends. After a moment of silence, Jerome Bonaparte said again, Okay. I'll trust you for the time being. How are you going to end the battle? Your Majesty, we hope to temporarily stop the war. Ambassador Gorkakov responded busily to Jerome Bonaparte. Ambassador Gorkakov, are you fooling me? Jerome Bonaparte asked Ambassador Gorkakov with a frown. Of course not. Ambassador Gorkakov hurriedly responded. Now, your 180,000 troops are surrounded by me. I don't know what reason you have for me to give up eating them. Jerome Bonaparte snorted coldly. If you want to stop the war now, yes, not too whimsical. Your Majesty, what do you want us to do? Ambassador Gorkakov asked Jerome Bonaparte. You must formally surrender to us. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Ambassador Gorkakov, I can assure you that after you surrender, you will retain your establishment, and at the same time, be able to we are returning some of the captured soldiers to you. We are willing to surrender. Ambassador Gorkakov hurriedly responded. The current Russian army has reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted, and the truce and surrender are nothing more than a face-to-face battle. It reflects that their face has been lost in the previous battle, and they don't care about losing some more. Chapter 709, Humiliating Treaty. Ambassador Gorkakov readily agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's surrender instead of a truce, which really surprised Jerome Bonaparte. However, this also reflects the importance that Alexander II of Simferopol attached to the Duke of Golitsyn in the Petersburg area point. If they weren't eager to return to Petersburg to quell the rebellion, they would definitely have to wrestle with themselves on this issue. After all, the Russian Empire and the French Empire, led by his cousin, have been going back and forth for months on whether to surrender or armistice point. If it wasn't for the French Empire and the Russian Empire to take a step back, I'm afraid it would take a long time. Very good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction, then smiled and said, We have reached an initial consensus. Your Majesty, can our progress be made faster? Ambassador Gorkakov suggested to Jerome Bonaparte, at the current speed, I'm afraid we will not be able to complete the negotiation today. Ambassador Gorkakov, are you so anxious to surrender to us? Jerome Bonaparte responded to Gorkakov in a mocking tone again. Jerome Bonaparte's sarcasm made Ambassador Gorkakov feel as if he was being severely crushed by a big stone. However, the current Russian Empire has no chance of bargaining at all. These insulting language, they can only choose to accept it through gritted teeth. Your Majesty, we really hope that we can return to the country as soon as possible to quell the rebellion. Ambassador Gorkakov replied in a low voice to Jerome Bonaparte, I hope your Majesty can see it for the sake of being a monarchy and let it go us, since Ambassador Gorkakov said so, let's speed up the progress a little bit. Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski with a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. Yes, your Majesty. Walewski nodded, and then said to Ambassador Gorkakov with a serious face, Your Excellency Ambassador, the conditions we put forward, we fully agree to the conditions you put forward last time. Before Walewski could finish speaking, Ambassador Gorkakov responded hurriedly. Walewski shook his head, with a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth. It's a pity. The conditions this time are completely different from the last time. The last time the conditions of the Russian Empire were so generous, it was entirely because of His Majesty's kindness. Your Majesty. Gorkakov looked at Jerome Bonaparte with pleading eyes. Obviously, he hopes that Jerome Bonaparte will resume the terms of the last negotiation. It's a pity. Jerome Bonaparte sighed and responded to Ambassador Gorkakov. I can no longer ignore the wishes of the entire French people like the last time. Thinker after. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's remarks, Ambassador Gorkakov immediately understood that he might sign an agreement that would humiliate the country, and in the future he would probably be firmly on the pillar of shame. Maybe point it's just that now the entire Russian imperial aristocracy has suffered a devastating blow, and they all have to be guillotined if they are not careful. Point compared with subjugation and genocide in Ambassador Gorkakov's concept, the destruction of the privileges of the nobility means that the entire Russian Empire will be subjugated. The humiliating treaty is not a big deal at all. Point Ambassador Gorkakov at this time has become a Li Hongzhang. Decades later, he must maintain that Tsarist autocracy, even at the expense of everything. Your Excellency Verevsky, what new additions do you want to add? Ambassador Gorkakov asked Verevsky. If it is a condition that I can agree to, I will do my best to agree. In addition to the strict demilitarization of the Black Sea coast as mentioned last time, we also hope that you can return the territory of the Crimean Peninsula. Verevsky replied bluntly to Ambassador Gorkakov. You are taking advantage of the fire, Ambassador. Gorkakov couldn't help protesting to Verevsky. Mr. Gorkakov, when you took the Crimean Peninsula, didn't you think you were taking advantage of the fire? Minister Verevsky asked Gorkakov. Ambassador Gorkakov was speechless for a moment. The Crimea Peninsula was the territory they took from the Ottoman Empire. Ambassador Gorkakov wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. If you can't even agree to this condition, then the next condition is even more impossible. Verevsky said coldly to Ambassador Gorkakov. Your Excellency Ambassador, you can leave. Your Majesty. Gorkakov looked at Jerome Bonaparte. It's a pity. Jerome Bonaparte sighed again. Walewski means what I mean. If you are not willing to agree, then we can also talk to the new government of the Petersburg region. I believe they should be more enlightened than you. For Ambassador Gorkakov, nothing is more deadly than these words. If Jerome Bonaparte really chooses to communicate with the traitor in Petersburg, then the traitor will be able to secure the existing territory. If Britain and France choose to support the new government in St. Petersburg, they have no chance of victory at all. Your Majesty, please don't do this. Ambassador Gorkakov begged Jerome Bonaparte again. I'm willing to agree to your terms on behalf of His Royal Highness. However, this may make it impossible for us to obtain public opinion, the support of the Russian subjects. There's no need to worry about this, Verevsky said to Ambassador Gorkakov with a smile, because the Petersburg government has also agreed to our condition. You two are on the same starting line. What? Ambassador Gorkakov looked at Verevsky with a shock expression, and then said to Verevsky with a ferocious expression, how dare they do this? They? Your Excellency Ambassador, for a newly established regime, as long as the stability of the regime can be maintained, then there is nothing that cannot be solved. Verevsky responded to Ambassador Gorkakov in a sullen tone. That's right. Ambassador Gorkakov showed a wry smile on his face. Compared with the entire state power, what is a Crimea Peninsula? Ambassador Gorkakov, I want to remind you. Verevsky said to Gorkakov again. They not only promised the Crimea Peninsula. What else did they promise? Ambassador Gorkakov was slightly depressed. He really didn't expect that one day he would be able to betray the country more than a group of traitors. The Grand Duchy of Finland under the Russian Empire must be freed from the Russian Empire's rule. Walewski proposed a second added condition. This newly added condition is also the condition they promised. Ambassador Gorkakov couldn't help but ask. Of course. Verevsky nodded to Ambassador Gorkakov. Okay. Ambassador Gorkakov gritted his teeth and responded. I can promise you. The third condition is that the Kingdom of Poland must maintain an independent state. Verevsky spoke again to Ambassador Gorkakov. What? They even betrayed Poland. Ambassador Gorkakov couldn't help shouting again. Your Excellency Ambassador, I'm afraid that Poland is now in a semi-independent state. Verevsky said kindly to Ambassador Gorkakov. Later, Walewski told Gorkakov about the telegram from Paris about the Polish region. According to telegrams from Paris, Polish nationalists had occupied Warsaw and were attacking the Russian garrison in all directions. Konstantin, who is the governor of Poland, works part-time, and his life and death are still uncertain. After listening to Verevsky's words, Ambassador Gorkakov felt dizzy. He never thought that the Crimean War would cause Russia to lose the land they had sought from the time of Catherine the Great. Your Excellency Minister, even if we give up the Kingdom of Poland, the new Kingdom of Poland will not be established smoothly. Gorkakov responded to Walewski. The Kingdom of Prussia and the Empire of Austria also occupy the Kingdom of Poland territory. Reading www.urkanshu.com. They will definitely not agree to the establishment of the Kingdom of Poland. Now, Gorkakov no longer expects the Russian Empire to restore its previous rights in Poland. His purpose is to keep Poland in Russia, even if Poland is in a de facto independent state. As long as the Kingdom of Poland remained within the framework of the Russian Empire, they still had a chance. Mr. Gorkakov, you don't have to worry about this. Verevsky responded to Gorkakov. We will find a suitable heir to the throne for the Kingdom of Poland. To be honest, Verevsky was eager to become the king of the new Polish kingdom. After all, he himself is half Polish. However, it is a pity that Jerome Bonaparte is not like the original Emperor Napoleon, who is keen to find a suitable kingdom for the unqualified members of the family to be the king. The king of the new Polish kingdom will be looking for from the German region, so the Polish kingdom is doomed to miss them. I promise you. Ambassador Gorkakov nodded with difficulty. Your country also needs to recognize the protection of the Austrian Empire in Wallachia and Moldavia. Walewski said to Gorkakov again. Yes. Ambassador Gorkakov nodded numbly. Now he no longer expects himself to be able to leave a good name in the history of the Russian Empire. After all, Crown Prince Alexander is absolutely right, so he must bear the blame. Anyway, he is also destined to pay for Finland and Poland. What is a mere Wallachia? Chapter 710. Rather with allies, not nobles. The Russian Empire needs to compensate the coalition forces for part of the military expenses consumed by this operation. Verevsky then put forward the final conditions to Ambassador Gorkakov. When he heard the conditions, Ambassador Gorkakov was completely in bamboo. At this time, he had some doubts that the real purpose of France was to let them die. Minister Verevsky, we don't have much money at all now. Not to mention the compensation for your country's losses. Even the money to return to St. Petersburg may not be able to be collected. Ambassador Gorkakov smiled dryly at Verevsky responded. Our country has no ability to fulfill this condition of your country. This is also under our consideration. Verevsky said to Ambassador Gorkakov with a smile. Your country only needs to lift the restrictions on French merchants alone and allow our merchants to set up business in your country. Factories, railway construction, commercial establishments. The tax generated by this can not only be used to pay compensation in advance, but your government can also save money. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? After listening to Verevsky's speech, Ambassador Gorkakov showed a hesitant look on his face. This method of Walewski can certainly promote the financial direction of the Russian Empire in a short period of time, but in the long run, it will undoubtedly destroy the hematopoietic capacity of the Russian mainland. Once the French Empire took control of the railways and mines in the Russian Empire's diplomacy would have to be influenced by France to a certain extent. Unless Russia can pull down its face and directly forcibly confiscate the capital of the French Empire in the Russian Empire. Otherwise, France only needs to move a little bit and the whole of Russia will face a turmoil. P.S. This condition proposed by Jerome Bonaparte is the trick used by the French Republic against the Russian Empire in the original historical line, except that the French Republic injected capital into the Russian Empire, and France did not participate in the operation. Ambassador Gorkakov, what are you hesitating about? Minister Verevsky urged Ambassador Gorkakov to make a decision as soon as possible. Do you think that the efforts of the Russian Empire alone can lead to your country on the road to industrialization? In the future, countries without industrialization are simply not qualified to go to the stage. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte also casually told Gorkakov that the Austrian Empire had borrowed about 500 million to 600 million francs from the French Empire for their industrialization. Borrow money. If the Russian Empire is willing to be left far behind by the Austrian Empire, then Jerome Bonaparte also has nothing to say. The thought of the Austrian Empire's betrayal of the Russian Empire made Ambassador Gorkakov grit his teeth with hatred. If there is a chance in the future, He will definitely make the Austrian Empire pay the price. Now that the Austrian Empire has begun to industrialize, if the Russian Empire does not act, it may be difficult to defeat the Austrian Empire in the future. After all, the fighting between the British and French armies in the Crimea was there for all to see. Okay, I promise you. Ambassador Gorkakov nodded in response to Verevsky, and then added, however, I wonder if your country can lend us some loans. We who have lost St. Petersburg will not be able to win without your help. If we face failure, then all the treaties we signed will be void. Loan. Minister Walewski turned his attention to Jerome Bonaparte, and he asked for Jerome Bonaparte's opinion. Tell me, how much do you need? Jerome Bonaparte said to Minister Walewski. 300 million francs. Ambassador Gorkakov said directly. 300 million francs? Jerome Bonaparte showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Are you going to give your army a major makeover? Or do you think we are taking advantage of us? We can pay it back at 6% a year. Ambassador Gorkakov tried to attract Jerome Bonaparte with high interest rates. However, Jerome Bonaparte did not care about interest rates, and in his mind high interest rates were not as valuable as throwing the Russian Empire into a civil war. 300 million francs is a full year of military expenditure of 550,000 French army and part of the Navy. With such a huge amount of money, the Russian Empire can completely defeat the St. Petersburg regime in a short period of time. In this case, the idea of Jerome Bonaparte continuing to bleed Russia will become empty talk. Impossible. Jerome Bonaparte said firmly to Ambassador Gorkakov, we can lend you a maximum of 100 million francs at an annual interest rate of 4.5%. Okay. Ambassador Gorkakov readily agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's conditions. He had never asked for a loan of 300 million francs, and it was a pleasant surprise that Jerome Bonaparte could agree to them. 100 million francs. The soldiers of the Russian Empire are different from those of the French Empire. A little squeeze can still make up an army of 300,000 to 400,000. With this army, they were able to fight each other with the rebels in St. Petersburg. Duke Golitsyn already has nearly 20 W of the Finnish army, and about 10 W of the Petersburg army, which adds up to about 30 W. By the way, we also hope to use this money to purchase a batch of the rifles you are using now. Ambassador Gorkakov then said to Jerome Bonaparte. Yes. Jerome Bonaparte also readily agreed to Gorkakov's conditions. Ambassador Gorkakov was a little surprised that Jerome Bonaparte could so easily agree. Fairy would at this moment. He did not know that Duke Golitsyn, who was far away in Petersburg, also sent batches of gold sealed in small Russian vaults to France in exchange for the Magnet rifles and production lines in the hands of France. It won't be long before they see two Russians firing at each other absolutely simultaneously. By the way, we also have a rifle production line and a bullet production line in Rhode Island. I wonder if you are interested. Jerome Bonaparte asked Ambassador Gorkakov. Yes. Of course there is. Ambassador Gorkakov nodded hastily in response. That's good. I will give it to you after the war is over. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Ambassador Gorkakov. Immediately afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte handed over the stage to Walewski and Gorkakov. Your Excellency Ambassador, these are all our conditions. If you agree, then we have reached an agreement. Walewski ordered his entourage to hand over the documents to Ambassador Gorkakov. Can I pass this document to the Crown Prince for a look? Ambassador Gorkakov responded to Ambassador Verevsky. Although it is said that he has been given the right to represent Russia with full authority by the Crown Prince, the conditions put forward by France really make him a little afraid to make decisions alone. After all, in the document they want to cede Crimea, Finland, Poland, and compensate France for the economic losses. Of course. Verevsky nodded to Ambassador Gorkakov. However, we hope you can give us an answer as soon as possible. Definitely. Definitely. Ambassador Gorkakov said to Verevsky. After the negotiation, Ambassador Gorkakov said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski warmly bid farewell to Gorkakov. The traitor Walewski, do you think they will agree to our terms, Your Majesty? I don't think they have any choice at all. Ambassador Gorkakov, who returned to Simferopol, handed over the document to Alexander II as soon as possible. After reading the conditions, Alexander II also felt dizzy. That guy Jerome Bonaparte, it's better to destroy us. Alexander II said in a self-sacrificial sentence, if these conditions are signed, they will be regarded as traitors of the entire Russian Empire. I heard that the traitor Golitsyn also signed a similar treaty with us. Ambassador Gorkakov quickly relieved. You reading www.ukanshu.com. In fact, he knew in his heart that Duke Golitsyn's treaty would not be as traitorous as now they can say that there is no other way than betraying the country. And Golitsyn's new government has more mediation possibilities. You said, should we sign? Alexander II turned to Commander Gorkakov and Count Orlov. Sign it, Your Highness. Commander Gorkakov said immediately, in their, France, hearts, we still have this value. If we are not willing to sign, then they are likely to abandon us. By then, our situation will only get worse. Your Majesty, I agree too. Count Orlov also said to him. The support of the Gorkakov brothers and Orlov made Alexander II make up his mind, and he ordered Ambassador Gorkakov to implement it as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Ambassador Gorkakov went to Bakhchisaray early, and he told Jerome Bonaparte that he was willing to sign this treaty on behalf of Crown Prince Alexander. However, he hopes that the French Empire can uphold the idea of helping people to the end, and let the Caucasian Ottoman army not pursue them. Gorkakov also hopes to use the influence of France to keep the Caucasus. I can promise you this. Jerome Bonaparte said to Ambassador Gorkakov. The Crimea Peninsula was exchanged for the Ottoman Empire as Jerome Bonaparte's compensation for the occupation of Rhodes. The Caucasus region should still be handed over to the Russian Empire for management. His purpose was not to revive the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 711. Double Happiness. A long-lost smile appeared on the face of Ambassador Gorkakov, who received Jerome Bonaparte's military support for the Caucasus. This was the only diplomatic victory for Ambassador Gorkakov. Ambassador Gorkakov, congratulations. You have ushered in a generation of peace for the Russian Empire. Minister Verevsky said to Ambassador Gorkakov. Jerome Bonaparte, who was standing aside, had a slight embarrassment on his face, and he decided whether Walewski's words were a bit standalone on this occasion. The British Kingdom. That said, this sentence did not take long to start the Second World War. Although he said that the Russian Empire will not do anything in a short period of time, he believed that the Russian Empire will get back on its feet sooner or later. Chances are by then France will face another tough war. However, the Russian Empire will never be able to stand up again for no less than 20 years. So, Jerome Bonaparte is not particularly worried about the hatred of the Russian Empire. Secretary Werevsky. Ambassador Gorkakov immediately showed a wry smile. I'm nothing more than a traitor now. It would be great if there was no war. Ambassador Gorkakov, time can't be turned back. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Gorkakov, although you can't stop the war before it starts, you are doing something for the end of the war, your own contribution. Besides, the territory ceded by your country is not your core territory. Those are territories that you have acquired by trickery, and when you choose to annex them, you should be able to think that you will one day be forced to give them up. Your Majesty, if there is no other way, I don't think any country is willing to give up its territory. Didn't your country's current Alsace-Lorraine also get it from the Holy Roman Empire? Ambassador Gorkakov said. Jerome Bonaparte replied, Alsace-Lorraine has become a sacred and inseparable part of France. Jerome Bonaparte said to Ambassador Gorkakov, if you don't believe me, go to these two territories and ask them now. The French people in the territory, are they willing to join France or Germany? I think more than 90% of the people do not want to separate from France. And in the Grand Duchy of Poland, the Grand Duchy of Finland and Crimea under your rule, how many people are willing to stay in Russia? Although Jerome Bonaparte used the will of the people as a cover, his remarks still revealed the nature of double standards. After all, the reason why France was able to occupy Alsace and Lorraine was nothing more than relying on its own strength to surpass Germany. I sincerely hope that the French Empire will not step into our situation. Ambassador Gorkakov sincerely responded to Jerome Bonaparte. You don't have to worry about this. Jerome Bonaparte said sternly, the French Empire will not pull everything into its own bowl like the Russian Empire. I prefer to work with other countries win-win. Ambassador Gorkakov understands that the premise of cooperation and win-win in Jerome Bonaparte's words is that countries with win-win results must stand on the side of France. I Expect the Russian Empire and the French Empire to cooperate and win-win in maintaining peace in Europe. Ambassador Gorchakov euphemistically expressed their intention to move closer to France. I also look forward to the Russian Empire to join the ranks of win-win in Europe after the end of the Civil War. Jerome Bonaparte replied with a smile. After the negotiation, Ambassador Gorchakov tentatively asked Jerome Bonaparte if he would like to help them fight in the form of volunteers, who could pay them 20% higher than France's salary. In the face of Ambassador Gorchakov's plan to rely on borrowing troops to bring down the French Empire, Jerome Bonaparte ruthlessly rejected them. There is no better deal for France than neutrality. Neither Duke Galitzin nor Alexander II had to deal with France. Chances are that France can continue to make a fortune in the Civil War. Your Majesty, our troops will surrender to you in the next few days. I hope you can inform all the troops of the surrender. I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Who left Bakhchisaray Ambassador Chekhov finally said something to Jerome Bonaparte. Don't worry. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and replied to Gorchakov, I will notify the armies of the other 3 countries as soon as possible. Looking at Ambassador Gorchakov slightly hunched back in the sunset, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it's finally over. Fortunately, we didn't lose this war. Standing beside Jerome Bonaparte, Minister Werovsky hurriedly flattered Jerome Bonaparte and said that this Crimea, which was deployed and erected by Jerome Bonaparte himself, the war was enough to rival most of the campaigns of the First Empire. From the moment Gorchakov signed the agreement, the whole of Europe would crawl at the feet of France. It's a long way. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and humbly said to Minister Walewski, Emperor Napoleon's foreign wars relied on 7 points of military affairs and 3 points of politics, while the Crimean War relied on it as 7 parts political and 3 parts military. I'm far inferior to him in the military, and I'm a little better than him in politics overall. I'm far from my uncle. Facing Jerome Bonaparte's self-effacing, he could only respond a few times with point immediately afterwards. Jerome Bonaparte called Jerome Pat over and ordered him to send Marshal Raglan and Omar Pasha of Sachi, Marshal Policier and Marshal Lamor called over. Yes. Jerome Patterson hurriedly responded and then quickly rode away. After a while, Richard Metternich, the ambassador of the Austrian Empire to France, appeared in Bakhchisaray. Treading the stars, Your Majesty, congratulations. Richard Metternich said respectfully to Jerome Bonaparte. Mr. Richard, do you have the ability to predict the future? Jerome Bonaparte showed a little surprise on his face. He remembered that he did not reveal the time of the peace talks to Richard Metternich. Your Majesty, I don't understand what you mean. Richard Metternich also looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a puzzled expression. Then, what are you congratulating? Jerome Bonaparte also had doubts on his face. Your Majesty, please take a look. Richard Metternich hurriedly handed the telegram to Jerome Bonaparte. After reading the telegram, Jerome Bonaparte immediately showed an ecstatic expression on his face. He hurriedly held Richard Metternich and said excitedly, I have a son. I have a son. Your Majesty, congratulations. Richard Metternich once again congratulated Jerome Bonaparte. He understood that for a monarch of an empire, there is nothing more gratifying than having a healthy heir. A healthy offspring means that after 100 years, the empire will not fall into the hands of others. It means that the subjects of the empire have an object of allegiance and can play a role in stabilizing people's hearts. Jerome Bonaparte, who had been excited for a long time, finally calmed down. He let go of Richard Metternich's hand and said, Mr. Richard, I also have a message here to tell you. Your Majesty, please speak. Richard Metternich said with difficulty to Jerome Bonaparte. So, Jerome Bonaparte told Richard Metternich about the surrender of the Russian Empire to them, and revealed to Richard Metternich part of the content of the agreement. Richard Metternich was excited to hear that Jerome Bonaparte had won the protection of the Duchy of the Danube for them, but was slightly embarrassed that the Grand Duchy of Poland had been liberated from the Russian Empire. It was not only Russia who annexed Poland at the beginning. Riyadh1.com The Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia also participated in the division. If the nascent Grand Duchy of Poland demands from them with France's back, it will be difficult for them to deal with it. However, Jerome Bonaparte reassured Richard Metternich with the next sentence, don't worry, I will make the Grand Duchy of Poland give up claiming territory from the Austrian Empire. Thank you very much. Richard Metternich responded to Jerome Bonaparte, however, I hope your country can also give us some support on certain issues. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Richard Metternich, Your Majesty, please speak. Richard Metternich hurriedly said to Jerome Bonaparte, I need to find a support for the new Polish Principality in the German region. What do you think of Grand Duke Maximilian? Jerome Bonaparte asked Richard Metternich. Maximilian? Richard Metternich's eyes widened. At this moment he couldn't believe his ears. Which Maximilian are you talking about? Of course it is Franz's own brother. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Richard Metternich, if he is the Grand Duke of Poland, I think he should be able to bring democracy to Polish citizens. I just don't know if the Habsburgs are willing to let him serve as the Grand Duke of Poland. I need to ask Vienna to give you an answer to this question. Richard Metternich responded to Jerome Bonaparte, and then added, you just need to wait patiently for a while. That's it. That's good. I hope you can give us an answer as soon as possible. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, and then added, if you don't want to, I will choose one from Saxony or Bavaria. Chapter 712. The war is over. If Maximilian is unwilling, I will consider selecting a suitable prince from Wittelsbach and Saxony to go to the Grand Duchy of Poland and serve as the Grand Duke of Poland. I hope that the Austrian Empire can give the new Polish duchy some support at that time. The words of Jerome Bonaparte gave Richard Metternich a sense of urgency. In his opinion, no matter whether it is Wittelsbach or Saxony, there is no Grand Duke Maximilian as the Grand Duke of Warsaw, or even the King of Poland. After all, Archduke Maximilian was a member of the Habsburg family. If he is the King of Poland, the Austrian Empire will be equivalent to having a firm ally against the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia, which will be of great help to the Austrian Empire. I will tell the Vienna government. Richard Metternich nodded. Okay. Let's not talk about this for now, they should be coming soon. Jerome Bonaparte took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time and whispered to Richard Metternich, they? Richard Metternich showed a puzzled expression. The armistice agreement between us and the Russian Empire has been signed, so we need to inform our allies to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Jerome Bonaparte immediately explained to Richard Metternich, it should be. Richard Metternich replied. Then, Jerome Bonaparte and Richard Metternich quietly waited for the arrival of the commander-in-chief of the Anglo-Tussa army. After a while, the gloomy Duke of Cambridge and his entourage appeared in front of Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a moment, then asked the Duke of Cambridge, George, in timid name, why are you the only one here? Where is Marshal Raglan now? Your Majesty. The Duke of Cambridge bowed slightly to Jerome Bonaparte, and then responded to Marshal Raglan in a sad tone, His Excellency the Marshal, he has passed away. When did it happen? Jerome Bonaparte's eyes widened, and he continued to ask with a look of disbelief, Marshal Raglan, how did he die? The Duke of Cambridge told Jerome Bonaparte that Marshal Raglan died of a sudden illness last night, because of the sudden extreme weather on the Crimean Peninsula and his overwork in the recent period. George, as Marshal Raglan's deputy, why didn't you dissuade him at that time? Marshal Raglan is in his 70s. He's not like you can stand the toss. Jerome Bonaparte reprimanded the Duke of Cambridge in a stern tone. I don't know either. The Duke of Cambridge responded with a submissive response. I don't know. Can you get over the lake without knowing anything? What do you eat with your head? Jerome Bonaparte did not show any sympathy for the Duke of Cambridge. He is older than him, but his mental age is far inferior to his dandy. The Duke of Cambridge could only bow his head and humbly accept Jerome Bonaparte's criticism, daring not to make a statement. Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked the Duke of Cambridge where the body of Marshal Raglan was first. The Duke of Cambridge told Jerome Bonaparte that the body of Marshal Raglan was now in Yevpatoria on the return ship to London. George, I don't know if you would like to give some of the honor to an old man who has died. Jerome, my dad, asked the Duke of Cambridge after a moment of silence. I do. The Duke of Cambridge naturally understood who the old man who died in Jerome Bonaparte's mouth was, and he responded decisively, that's good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, and then told the Duke of Cambridge about the signing of the armistice agreement between the French Empire and the Russian Empire. Your Majesty, I think the truce should be agreed upon by our two governments, and then negotiated with Russia. Now you leave us alone for peace talks, really? The Duke of Cambridge stopped talking. He was afraid to talk about Britain and France. about to tear the face. "George, don't worry," Jerome Bonaparte said to the Duke of Cambridge. "I can assure you that you will never find a better treaty than this. Your Majesty, can you let me take a look at the treaty you signed? I can also report to London." The Duke of Cambridge made another request to Jerome Bonaparte. "Of course." Jerome Bonaparte nodded, then hinted at Walewski beside him with his eyes. Walewski handed the agreement into the hands of the Duke of Cambridge, who read page by page. The content of the agreement was as good as what Emperor Jerome Bonaparte had said. The Duke of Cambridge, who had read the agreement, even suspected that the agreement was fake. "Your Majesty, the Russian Imperial government really agreed?" the Duke of Cambridge asked in a whisper. "In order to return to St. Petersburg as soon as possible, their Crown Prince Alexander agreed to everything." Jerome Bonaparte nodded to the Duke of Cambridge. "If that's the case, then I don't think there should be any objections from London." The Duke of Cambridge replied to Jerome Bonaparte, and then asked Jerome Bonaparte how to deal with Crimea and Finland with Poland. "The Crimea Peninsula, I want to return it to the Ottoman Empire. The Grand Duchy of Finland will be handed over to Sweden according to the agreement between the head of Palmerston and the Kingdom of Sweden. As for the Principality of Poland," Jerome Bonaparte glanced at Richard Metternich next to him, and then said to the Duke of Cambridge, "I will find a suitable Grand Duke or Prince in the German region to hold this position. That's the best way." The Duke of Cambridge also agreed with Jerome Bonaparte. To be honest, before Emperor Jerome Bonaparte spoke out about Finland and Poland, the Duke of Cambridge was a little worried that Jerome Bonaparte would imitate the original emperor to seal off his own relatives and divide the Principality of Poland with Poland. Finland was divided among the Bonaparte family. Now it seems that his worry is superfluous. Immediately afterwards, after Jerome Bonaparte and the Duke of Cambridge chatted for a long time, Marshal Perlissier, Marshal Malama, and Omar Pasha led their entourage to Jerome Powell. In front of Napert, a salute to Jerome Bonaparte. Before the meeting started, Jerome Bonaparte said to everyone present in a low tone, "Before the meeting begins, let us first grieve the passing of Marshal Raglan." After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte closed his eyes, and Perlissier and others also closed their eyes in silence with Jerome Bonaparte. Upon seeing this about a minute later, Jerome Bonaparte opened his eyes again, and the meeting officially entered the topic. After the meeting started, Jerome Bonaparte immediately informed everyone present that the Russian Empire and the French Empire had signed an agreement. A nervous look appeared on Omar Pasha's face immediately. If France withdraws from the war, the Ottoman Empire alone cannot win. However, Jerome Bonaparte's following words completely dispelled Omar's concerns. "Omar, according to the agreement we signed with the Russian Empire, the Crimean Peninsula will return to your hands." Real. Omar Pasha's face showed a look of shock. He never thought that the Ottoman Empire could take their belongings from the Russian Empire. Of course. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and responded to Omar, and then told Omar to let him inform the Ottoman army in the Caucasus and let the Russian Empire leave, "Your Majesty, in case the tiger returns to the mountain." Omar Pasha responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Don't worry about this." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Omar Pasha, "Even if Alexander wins Petersburg, the Russian Empire will not have the strength to attack you again. You just need to seize every opportunity. Riyadh1.com. You can work hard, thinker afterwards." Jerome Bonaparte turned to Omar Pasha and said coldly, "If I want to see the Ottoman Empire trying to take advantage of this time to destroy the peace in Europe, then I will never let it go." Them. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's words, Omar Pasha also extinguished his plan to beat the Reservoir Dogs, and they could only choose to accept Jerome Bonaparte's conditions. Then Jerome Bonaparte discussed the Danube question and the Polish question. As night drew near, the commander-in-chief of the three kingdoms of England left Bakhchisaray. Telegram Paris immediately, saying that we have won a decisive victory in the Crimea. The Russian army is surrendering to us in an orderly manner. Jerome Bonaparte said to Zelufs beside him. He responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Walewski nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. That night, a telegram was sent from the fortress of Sevastopol, and after a 2-hour journey, it arrived in Paris, the capital of the French Empire. Late at night, Augusta, who had just finished giving birth, was lying on the bed with a slightly pale face. While looking at the documents placed by her bedside, she flicked her eyes and placed a small baby beside her. The bed, with a loving smile on his face involuntarily, That's right, lying in the crib is Napoleon Friedrich Jerome Joseph Bonaparte, the future Prince of Algiers, the Crown Prince of the French Empire, or Friedrich Bonaparte for short. At this time, the Crown Prince was resting in the crib with his eyes closed. After a while, the door opened carefully. Augusta looked in the direction of the door, and Princess Mathilde was tiptoeing into the room. Chapter 713, Bonaparte's Time. Elder sister. Lying on the bed, Augusta was taken aback for a moment, and then asked Mathilde in a low voice what happened. See for yourself, Princess Mathilde said, when she saw the telegram in Queen Augusta's handpoint. After receiving the telegram, Queen Augusta simply read it through, and couldn't help but shouted, "Oh my god." Fairywood. Due to the loud voice of Queen Augusta's cry, she successfully woke up Crown Prince Frederick, who was sleeping in the crib next to Augusta. Yee. Crown Prince Frederick, who was forcibly awakened by his mother, immediately protested. Princess Mathilde glanced at Augusta with reproachful eyes again and again, and went to Crown Prince Frederick's crib, holding Crown Prince Frederick in her arms. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Princess Mathilde hummed a nursery rhyme softly, while shaking the Crown Prince Frederick in her arms gently. After a while, Frederick Bonaparte stopped crying and looked at Princess Mathilde with his large agile eyes, giggling from time to time. Looking at her nephew, who looked like a porcelain doll in front of her, Princess Mathilde's heart was also filled with maternal love. Queen Augusta, who was lying on the bed, looked at the scene in front of her, and she also had some taste in her heart. With the arrival of the mother-in-law, Princess Mathilde handed over Crown Prince Frederick to her, and then sat on the head of Queen Augusta's bed again. Sister, is the war really over? We really fought the Russian Empire? Queen Augusta, who was lying on the bed, asked Princess Mathilde in confusion. She could not have imagined that her husband would be able to fight the Russian Empire in such a short period of time and force them to sign a humiliating treaty. A few years ago, she could not have imagined that she would become the queen of one of the most powerful countries in the world. Your Majesty, Princess Mathilde solemnly responded to Queen Augusta, you read that right. The war is over, my brother. Princess Mathilde voluntarily broke her promise and hurriedly corrected it. No, His Majesty Emperor Jerome Bonaparte has conquered the Russian Empire. To be honest, Princess Mathilde herself felt a little dreamy. In the past few years, they have brought such a big change to the world. A few years ago, the Bonaparte family was still an upstart with the Bonaparte surname. In fact, they didn't have much money. In just a few years, they became the masters of France, and relying on the French army and money, they defeated the existence that their uncles could not defeat at the beginning. Mathilde believed that any bard, no matter how imaginative, could imagine such a legendary experience, that his brother and the family of Bonaparte might really be loved by God. Thinking of this, a proud smile appeared on Princess Mathilde's face. My brother has finally grown into a great man. Just when Princess Mathilde was proud of her younger brother, Queen Augusta's voice reached Princess Mathilde's ears. Sister, should we make this news public now? The recovered Princess Mathilde nodded and responded to Queen Augusta, I think His Majesty's purpose is for us to announce it. Later, Queen Augusta begged Princess Mathilde to go out of the palace in her place to announce the news. I see. Princess Mathilde nodded and responded to Queen Augusta. Immediately afterwards, after the two talked for a while, Princess Mathilde left Queen Augusta's room. Mathilde, who left the room, immediately found Mocha, and gave him an order. Go to the major newspapers now, and tell them about the victory of France. I need to see this news on the front pages of the newspapers tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. Mocha hurriedly responded, and then quickly drove the carriage to the major newspapers, to notify in person. Early the next morning, the whole of Paris was awakened by the news of the victory of the French Empire. Sell the newspaper. Sell the newspaper. The newsboy walking in the streets shouted vigorously, waving the newspaper in his hand. Give me one. The passing gentleman stopped the newsboy. The newsboy hurriedly handed the newspaper to the gentleman, and after the gentleman spread the newspaper, the first thing that catches the eye is the news of the surrender of the Russian Empire to the French Empire. The Russian Empire's army in the Crimea Peninsula is expected to surrender within a week, and 500,000 troops may become French prisoners. A proud expression appeared on the face of the gentleman who saw the news. It has only been more than a year since the war started, and the French army has already achieved the news of a great victory. It now appears that his original choice was not wrong. Only by supporting the Bonaparte regime could they succeed. The gentleman at this time seemed to have long since forgotten that he was in the minority who opposed the coronation of Jerome Bonaparte. As soon as the news of the victory of the French Empire over the Russian Empire came out, the very few stubborn Orthodox and Republican members lurking in Paris became desperate. Even those who were unwilling to accept Jerome Bonaparte also realized that they had already. It is difficult to overthrow the rule of Jerome Bonaparte in a short period of time. The victory of the Crimean War allowed Jerome Bonaparte to completely consolidate the foundation of the empire. Now the Paris newspaper only announced the war of the surrender of the Russian army in the Crimea Peninsula. The Republican and the Orthodox did not know it. The price paid by the Russian Empire in the Crimean War. There is nothing more convincing to the French people and army than a series of victories. Even if they used a conspiracy to kill Jerome Bonaparte, as long as all the members of the Bonaparte family were not dead, the army and citizens would still be loyal to the Bonaparte family, who could bring them victory. And if they are tracked down, then the entire Orthodox/Republican faction will be buried with them. Although the current French Empire does not allow Orthodox and Republican parties to participate in politics, it still allows the Republicans to participate in the management of the empire in secret, and many members of the moderate Republican faction have become part of the empire. The Orthodox members also gathered around Queen Augusta and became an indispensable part of the imperial court. Therefore, after seeing the news of Crimea's victory, many members of the Orthodox and Republican factions immediately warned those extremists and ordered them to give up. Among the people who were warned was Cavaignac, the once Orthodox mainstay Lawyer Bellier and the Republican savior. The next night, a grand banquet was about to be held at the Tuileries Palace. The person in charge of organizing the banquet is the two hostess of the Tuileries Palace, Queen Augusta and Princess Mathilde. The people invited to the banquet include not only Bonaparte Orthodox, Orleans and celebrities of the Republican faction. The Mountain faction and the Blanquet faction are not in the mainstream faction at all, and there are also ambassadors and generals, which can be said to be full of friends. Before all the people who received the invitation arrived at the Tuileries Palace, the Tuileries Palace was in a splendid splendor. The gold and silverware in the candlelight radiated dazzling light, as if silently showing off the wealth, glory and power of the empire. And since the news of the end of the Crimean War, no one has despised the palace's owner. Now the whole of Europe will crawl under the Bonaparte family, and the political center of Europe will return to the hands of Paris. After everyone arrived at the Tuileries Palace, the banquet officially began. Everyone in the banquet looked solemnly at Queen Augusta and Princess Mathilde, who were in full costume, as well as the Crown Prince Frederick Bonaparte, who was quietly held in the arms of Princess Mathilde. "Thank you for being able to." Before the banquet began, Queen Augusta, as is customary, thanked the guests who were able to arrive at the Tuileries Palace. Afterwards, the banquet officially started in the midst of loud music. Members of Bonaparte, Orthodox and Orleanists arrived in front of Queen Augusta, in turn to extend their lofty blessings to Queen Augusta and Crown Prince Frederick Bonaparte. Reading www.canchu.com. Queen Augusta thanked the visiting celebrities and praised them as pillars of the empire. Some members of the Orthodox faction, Duke of Bourbon, and the Orleans faction, Odile and Barto, even received an invitation from Queen Augusta, hoping that they could become the teachers of the Crown Prince. In the face of the naked co-optation of Queen Augusta, many Orthodox members began to lean towards Friedrich Bonaparte. Note that it is Friedrich Bonaparte, not Jerome Bonaparte. The nobles, including Duke Bourbon, began to contemplate whether to change their allegiance to the monarch. Although Bonaparte did not have the blood of the Bourbon dynasty, his credit is indeed obvious to all. What Jerome Bonaparte lacked in comparison to the Count of Chambord, to whom they were loyal, was the Orthodox status. The new Crown Prince, Frederick Bonaparte, perfectly made up for the lack of orthodoxy of the Bonaparte dynasty. However, after thinking for a moment, Duke Bourbon declined the invitation of Queen Augusta. Although the Duke of Bourbon refused the invitation, he still recommended an Orthodox nobleman who could be the teacher of the Crown Prince for Queen Augusta, and hoped that the Queen would give his son a half-official position. Duke Bourbon's behavior was undoubtedly a gesture of affection to Queen Augusta, who immediately decided to let Duke Bourbon's son serve as the crown prince's attendant. After Duke Broin left, the ambassador of the Papal State appeared in front of Emperor Augusta. He also released the blessing of Pope Pius IX to Queen Augusta and informed that Pius IX would be in the crown prince. When the full moon is full, he will personally come over to send blessings to the crown prince. Chapter 714, Poland Problem. Please thank your Pope on my behalf. As long as my husband and I are on the throne, France will never forget the friendship of the Papal State. Queen Augusta responded with a firm tone. She knew that the reason why Pope Pius IX was willing to travel all the way from the Papal State in person to send blessings to his godson was nothing more than the hope that the French Empire could continue to maintain the Papal State in its place. Interests of the Apennine Peninsula. Capstan novel in the eyes of Pius IX and others. Even if his husband Jerome Bonaparte is inferior to his uncle, he is still better than his uncle. The previous two generations of Bourbon were much more powerful. Therefore, they are eager to maintain the friendship between the French Empire and the Papal State by ingratiating themselves and their children. Augusta's speech undoubtedly gave the papal ambassador a sigh of relief. He believed that under the influence of Queen Augusta, Emperor Jerome Bonaparte would not consider, even if he sympathized with those revolutionaries, unify the Apennine Peninsula. I will pass on your words to His Majesty. The papal envoy sent his blessing to Queen Augusta in a submissive tone. Under the witness of God, the empire established by you and His Majesty Bonaparte will definitely become stronger and stronger. Queen Augusta slightly and expressed her gratitude for the blessings of the Papal State. Soon the papal envoy left, followed by the ambassador of the Netherlands, and the Kingdom of Württemberg, both of which can be called relatives of the French Empire. The ambassadors of the Kingdom of the Netherlands first represented their queen and king, namely Augusta's sister and brother-in-law, to send good wishes to the crown prince of the French Empire, and they also hoped that the Queen Augusta and Emperor Friedrich the Prince will be able to visit the Kingdom of the Netherlands one day, and they will entertain them well. Please tell my sister and brother-in-law that I will visit Amsterdam with my husband Jerome Bonaparte after he returns. I hope that time will not dislike us. AO, who is grateful to his sister and brother-in-law. Queen Gusta responded to the ambassador of the Netherlands with a slightly mocking tone. Hearing that Queen Augusta and Emperor Jerome Bonaparte may visit the ambassadors of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, there is a special joy on their faces. Now, which country in Europe is unwilling to be closer to France? The reason why the Kingdom of the Netherlands was honored in the French court, even if the Kingdom of Prussia was not honored, was not all due to the Queen's credit. On behalf of Our Majesty, I warmly welcome the visit of Her Majesty the Queen and the Emperor, the ambassador of the Netherlands said excitedly to Queen Augusta. After the ambassador of the Netherlands left, the ambassador of Württemberg appeared in front of Queen Augusta. Queen Augusta took the lead and asked the ambassador of Württemberg, Your Excellency, there is nothing wrong at home. The ambassador of Württemberg was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, Your Majesty. Father, did you say when he will come? Queen Augusta asked again. No. The Württemberg ambassador shook his head again, and then added, His Royal Highness Carol may visit France in the near future. Oh. Queen Augusta responded simply, and then asked, Is my sister-in-law coming too? A look of helplessness appeared on the face of the ambassador of Württemberg. He nodded and told Queen Augusta, His Royal Highness Olga Nikolaevna will visit with His Royal Highness Carol. Hey. Queen Augusta sighed, as if she was complaining to the ambassador of Württemberg. I knew that my eldest brother would come over and ask for something. The ambassador of Württemberg shrank slightly, not daring to speak on this terrifying question. After all, neither Queen Augusta nor His Royal Highness Karl can offend him. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, then I will go first. The ambassador of Württemberg asked cautiously. Go. Queen Augusta waved her hand and ordered the ambassador of Württemberg to leave. Shortly after the departure of the ambassador of Württemberg, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Great Britain and the ambassador of the Austrian Empire, temporary, appeared in front of Queen Augusta. On behalf of Franz Joseph and Victoria, they sent their blessings to Friedrich, and also hoped that the family of the Emperor, Empress and Crown Prince could visit their countries at that time. They will surely show the Emperor that they do not lose the enthusiasm of the French people. As waves of guests sent blessings to the Queen and the Crown Prince, the time gradually came to the middle of the night. Friedrich Bonaparte, who was held in Mathild's arms, couldn't help falling asleep. In order not to wake the crown prince, Mathild first ordered the band at the banquet to stop playing, and then carefully hugged Fernandez. Friedrich Bonaparte left the raucous banquet point. Upon seeing this, Queen Augusta immediately explained to the guests present that the music played again and did not end until 12 am point. After finishing the banquet, Queen Augusta dragged her tired body to the door and carefully opened the door to enter the room. Point soon, Queen Augusta, who was lying on the bed, fell into a deep sleep point while Empress Augusta was asleep. The Schönbrunn Palace, thousands of miles away from Paris, was still brightly lit. Franz Joseph, the Emperor of the Habsburg Empire, is now gathering his ministers to discuss state affairs. What do you think of this telegram sent by Ambassador Richard Metternich from the Crimean Peninsula? Franz Joseph in the candlelight looked around indifferently and asked the ministers present. Point as the first Count Bauer, who was in charge of the diplomatic route of the Austrian Empire. He said, "Your Majesty, I think His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte's move is to provoke us and the Russian Empire and to make the relationship between the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire forever a hostile situation." Count Bauer is right. Minister of the Interior Bailly also agreed with Minister Bauer's opinion. This action by the French Empire undoubtedly places us in the hatred of the Russian Empire. After listening to the speeches of the Minister of the Interior and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Franz Joseph was somewhat inclined not to take over this hot potato. After all, there were also territorial conflicts between the Austrian Empire and Poland, and Galicia and Krakow were both acquired from the Kingdom of Poland. Point. Although France guarantees that the new Polish Principality will not make demands, there will still be grudges between the two countries. Just when Franz Joseph decided to give up the Principality of Poland, Prince Metternich's voice reached Franz Joseph's ears. "Your Majesty, I think Minister Paul's statement is wrong. Advisor Metternich, what is your opinion?" Franz Joseph immediately asked Prince Metternich. "Your Majesty, I think the Principality of Poland must be in our hands." Prince Metternich said firmly to Franz Joseph, "Minister Paul just said that, if we take the Principality of Poland, Russia will the hatred of the empire for us will be in the first place. Then I would like to ask Count Bauer, who is the country that the Russian Empire hates most now?" "French Empire." Count Boulder replied without hesitation. "No." Prince Metternich shook his head and responded to Count Bauer, "Your Excellency, what do you think?" Count Bauer looked at Prince Metternich with a puzzled expression. This war between France and Russia ended in the defeat of Russia, and the current Russian Empire not only has to cede land, but also pay reparations. No matter how you look at it, the country that the Russian Empire hates most should be the French Empire. Minister Bauer, can the current Russian Empire win the French Empire? Prince Metternich asked Minister Bauer. Bauer shook his head decisively. If the Russian Empire could defeat the French Empire, then you read www.canchu.com, they will not end up like this. Can the Russian Empire attack the mainland of France in the future? Prince Metternich asked Count Bauer again. Earl Bauer shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. However, this possibility should be very small." "Very good." Prince Metternich nodded. Then he continued, "Since Minister Bauer, you think that it is difficult for the Russian Empire to defeat France at this stage, and it will be difficult to attack the mainland of France in the future. So what reason does Russia have to hate France? It's not the same." Earl Bauer couldn't help but argue, "Minister Paul, whether the state is hateful or friendly, and it comes from subjective likes and dislikes, but from the overall planning of the security environment by geographical factors." Prince Metternich said eloquently, "The Russian Empire geographically, and bordering the French Empire, the possibility of a future war between the two is good, and the possibility of their union is high." "Union? How is that possible?" Count Bauer responded with wide eyes and disbelief. "Minister Bauer, nothing is impossible. This war has temporarily pushed Russia out of the European stage. If they want to return to Europe, they must seek the consent of France." Metternich responded to Bauer, "With this as a basis, the contradiction between France and Russia can't be any worse. On the other hand, the relationship between our country and the Russian Empire, since The expansion of the Russian Empire in the Balkans. The Austrian Empire has been consciously limiting the expansion of the Russian Empire and preventing Russia from forming a siege network against the Austrian Empire. The Crimean War even joined the British and French camps and engaged in a sit-in battle with the Russian Empire to contain the Russian Empire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, Maximilian, Archduke of Warsaw. On the other hand, between the Empire and Russia, I'm afraid there is no room for turning around. As long as we are unwilling to give up the protection of the Danube Principality for a moment, then the Russian Empire will never stop hating us for a moment. Speaking of which, Prince Metternich paused and glanced at everyone present, including Franz Joseph, with a confused look on their faces. He continued, even if we are willing to give up the protection of the Danube Principality and make it a buffer zone between us and the Russian Empire, I don't think the relationship between the Russian Empire and us will change in the slightest. Concession is intensified. Prince Metternich's remarks are undoubtedly a fatal blow to many ministers who still have the idea of both sides. Advisor: Metternich, do you think we should accept Jerome Bonaparte's kindness? Franz Joseph asked Metternich with a frown. Yes, Your Majesty. Prince Metternich nodded, and he decided to lift the last fig leaf of the Austrian Empire. We all know that His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte's purpose is to see us and the Russian Empire. There has always been a hostile relationship between them, so he will be willing to hand over the Duchy of the Danube and the Duchy of Poland to us. If we do something against the foreign policy of the French Empire, then I think Lancy can easily make us spit out all the benefits we get in Crimea. Prince Metternich's remarks undoubtedly angered many ministers including Franz Joseph. In Franz Joseph's heart, even if the Austrian Empire could not become a country that dominates the entire European continent, it would not be reduced to a asterisk of the French Empire. After all, the Austrian Empire was equal to the French Empire in terms of status. Advisor: Metternich, do you mean that the Austrian Empire only acts as a asterisk for the French Empire to defend against Russia? Franz Joseph responded to Prince Metternich in a flat tone. Your Majesty. Prince Metternich once again bowed to Franz Joseph. If the French Empire hadn't had a strategy to defend the empire against the Russian Empire, I really can't think of why His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte did this favor us. In this Crimean War, we have already acquired 2 principalities, and we will soon get another principality. Even at the original Vienna Conference, we could not get such a rich booty. At the Congress of Vienna, the Battle of Prince Metternich's rise to fame, the Austrian Empire acquired the Lombard Venice Kingdom at the expense of Belgium, and Galicia at the expense of part of Austrian Poland. Compared with the direct acquisition of the Danube Principality and the Polish Principality without paying any price, such a territorial exchange is really nothing. Seeing that the people present did not refute, Prince Metternich then said to Franz Joseph, Your Majesty, the entire continent has never lacked countries that are full of malice towards Austria. If we are unwilling to cooperate with the French Empire, then Germany and the Apennine have a large group of countries that are willing to cooperate with the French Empire. As soon as Metternich's voice fell, Franz Joseph's expression changed drastically. The brilliant achievements of the French Empire on the Crimea Peninsula terrified the Austrian Empire. Franz Joseph even once doubted whether his army could withstand a wave of attacks from the French Empire like the Russian Empire. After all, it was far easier for the French Empire to attack the Austrian Empire than it was for them to attack the Russian Empire. The Austrian Empire could rely only on Marshal Radetzky of Venice. In the future, we have to follow the pace of the French Empire, Franz Joseph said in a slightly low tone. He felt that he was indeed a bit embarrassed to be the Emperor of Austria. Was my grandfather like me back then? Franz Joseph will recall his grandfather, Franz, the last Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire and the first Emperor of the Austrian Empire. During his reign, the Austrian Empire also survived under Bonaparte's prejudice. Many times had to obey the mercy of the French Empire. Your Majesty, it doesn't do us any harm to be in step with the French Empire. Prince Metternich, who saw that Franz Joseph had succumbed, said slowly to Franz Joseph, "This Bonaparte is different from the above. A Bonaparte, we can use their strength to carry out our foreign policy." Franz Joseph hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and said to Prince Metternich, "Just do as Metternich's advisor said." Afterwards, Franz Joseph turned his gaze to Count Bauer. "Minister Bauer, my subordinates are here." Count Bauer responded to Franz Joseph with a serious expression. "It's up to you to lead the embassy to Paris and discuss with my brother Jerome Bonaparte the disposal of the Principality of Poland." Franz Joseph gave an order to Count Bauer. "Your Majesty, His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte is still in Crimea." Prince Metternich reminded. Franz Joseph finally came to his senses. After thinking for a while, he reordered Count Bauer. "The Count of Bauer will travel to the French Empire on behalf of Emperor Franz Joseph to bless the full moon of Crown Prince Friedrich Bonaparte. Then the Count of Bauer could stay in Paris until the arrival of His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte. When Franz Joseph was about to return to the room to rest after the imperial meeting, a maid appeared in front of Franz Joseph. "What's wrong?" Franz Joseph asked the maid in front of him. If Franz's memory is not wrong, the maid in front of him should say his mother's maid. After the maid saluted Franz Joseph, she meticulously said to Franz Joseph, "Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Queen Mother invites you to come over." "Okay, I see." Franz Joseph nodded and followed the maid to the room where Queen Sophie was. On the way to the Queen Mother Sophie's room, Franz Joseph kept thinking about what the Queen Mother Sophie wanted him to do. When Franz Joseph arrived only a few steps away from Queen Sophie's room, he suddenly remembered if his mother had also heard about the Grand Duchy of Poland. So after the imperial meeting ended, he called over. After all, many of those ministers of the Austrian Empire were their own mothers. As the door slowly opened, Franz Joseph found that not only the Queen Mother Sophie was in the room, but also his father, Archduke Franz Karol, and his three younger brothers, Archduke Maximilian and Karol. Grand Duke Ludwig Victor. In short, it was a Franz Joseph family reunion. Princess Sissy tears. After entering the room, Franz Joseph first wanted to salute his parents, and after receiving responses from Archduke Franz Karol and Sophie, Franz Joseph sat down. "Maximilian, Ludwig, Victor, salute your monarch." The Queen Mother Sophie responded to Maximilian and others. The three of Maximilian came to Franz Joseph and bowed to Franz Joseph at the same time. Franz Joseph raised his hand slightly and then let the three present sit back to their original positions. Location. After the simple etiquette was over, the Queen Mother Sophie immediately began to get to the point. She casually asked Franz Joseph, "I heard that Jerome Bonaparte is going to make your younger brother the Grand Duke of the Principality of Poland. I know it's happening." "Really?" Franz Joseph thought secretly in his heart, and at the same time, swept towards his younger brother Maximilian. He once suspected that the reason why his mother would intervene in this matter might be because of Maximilian's influence. Because among the four of him, Maximilian, Karol, Ludwig and Victor, the person www.ukanshu.com his mother loves most is Maximilian. If it weren't for his mother's excessive love, Maximilian's character would not have become what it is now. Because of the four brothers, Maximilian is the most rebellious in the entire Habsburg court. A liberal like Maximilian was born. Franz Joseph even suspected that Maximilian was really his mother and the child of the Roman king as rumored. However, this did not prevent the brotherhood between Franz Joseph and Maximilian. At this time, Maximilian sat quietly in his seat, and Franz Joseph did not see any clues from his current expression. "Yes." Franz Joseph nodded and responded to the Queen Mother Sophie. "How are you talking?" Queen Sophie asked again. "I have sent the Count of Bauer to France to await the return of Jerome Bonaparte on the grounds of celebrating Frederick Bonaparte, son of Jerome Bonaparte, and then to discuss with him the affairs of the Principality of Poland." Franz Joseph immediately said to the Queen Mother Sophie, "Yeah." Empress Dowager Sophie nodded, then continued to ask Franz Joseph what to do with the relationship between Galicia and the Principality of Poland, and at the same time, reminded Franz Joseph not to let Maximilian in the Principality of Poland difficult to do. Archduke Franz Karol, who was sitting next to the Queen Mother Sophie, also chimed in. The persecution of the Empress Dowager Sophie and Archduke Franz Karol made Franz Joseph feel a little uncomfortable. Maximilian is the younger brother who has the best relationship with him. How could he make his younger brother feel wronged? Woolen cloth. Chapter 716. Principalities and Kingdoms. I will carefully consider the issue of the Principality of Poland. Franz Joseph suppressed the anger in his heart and tried his best to respond to the Queen Mother Sophie in a calm tone. You know what to do. Empress Dowager Sophie nodded with satisfaction. At this time, she did not realize that her son was already the most honorable existence in the empire, and even the most biological mother could not teach her a lesson. Childishly speaking to Franz Joseph point, if it weren't for Franz Joseph's filial piety, the Empress Dowager Sophie would have been scolded by the Habsburg court long ago. P.S. Franz Joseph has been tolerant enough to his mother, the Queen Mother Sophie, and his wife, Princess Sissy. It's just that his tolerance is particularly powerless when facing the conflict between his mother and his wife. Mother, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. Franz Joseph then bowed to the Queen Mother Sophie and responded, okay. Empress Dowager Sophie turned her head and said to Archduke Maximilian, Maximilian, go and see your Majesty. Yes. With a helpless smile on Maximilian's face, he got up and came to Franz Joseph and said, Your Majesty. Franz Joseph nodded slightly and left the room of the Empress Dowager Sophie, followed by Grand Duke Maximilian. The two brothers walking in the corridor of Schönbrunn Palace were in tandem, silently caring for each other. When Franz Joseph came to a corner, he stopped and turned to look at Grand Duke Maximilian with a majestic gaze. Archduke Maximilian, who was stared at by Franz Joseph, felt uncomfortable all over, and he quickly and sincerely responded to his brother, Your Majesty, what my mother just said, I also know just now. If I had known earlier, I would never have let her do this. This really doesn't look like something Maximilian could do. Franz Joseph thought to himself. As the older brother he saw firsthand, Franz Joseph knew Maximilian's character too well. Thinking of this, Franz Joseph's eyes gradually softened, and he asked the Archduke Maximilian in a cordial tone, Maximilian, tell me the truth. Are you willing to serve as the Archduke of Warsaw, Your Majesty? Grand Duke Maximilian responded to Franz Joseph with a solemn face, I prefer to travel around the world, to explore unknown plants, rather than being the monarch of a country. If you can. Before Grand Duke Maximilian could finish speaking, Franz Joseph responded to Grand Duke Maximilian, it's a pity. Revitalizing the Habsburg family is our innate mission. Archduke Maximilian shook his head in disappointment. He thought his brother could help him reject the position of Archduke of Warsaw. Maximilian, you have to take advantage of this gap and hurry up to study. Franz Joseph then said to Maximilian. A schadenfreude smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Learn. Study what? Archduke Maximilian asked Franz Joseph with a puzzled face. You need to learn the language, environment, and all books related to Poland in the region you are about to rule. Franz Joseph continued to Maximilian. However, I have to return to Trieste. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find time to study. Maximilian wanted to shirk with naval affairs, but he really couldn't stand the old-fashioned environment in Schönbrunn Palace. The Navy will also send another suitable person to take your place. Franz Joseph reached out and patted Maximilian's shoulder and said solemnly, from now on, you have only one task, then it's about getting familiar with everything you need to know about the country you're about to rule. As soon as possible, I will assign several teachers to teach you personally. Yes. Archduke Maximilian had no choice but to nod. Okay, you can go back. Franz Joseph said to Maximilian, and then he added, by the way, tell that kid Karol, when you go back, and let him hurry up and learn about Lodo, the language of the Principality of Myria, Ukrainian region. Don't wait, what went wrong? Before Maximilian could digest Franz Joseph's words, Franz Joseph turned and left. Archduke Maximilian, who returned to Queen Sophie's room alone, relayed what Franz Joseph had just said to Archduke Karol Ludwig. Archduke Karol Ludwig also showed a dazed expression. Karol, Maximilian, you have to hurry up to learn knowledge. There is not much time left for you. The Queen Mother Sophie, who reacted solemnly, responded to the two children in front of her. Yes. Archduke Karol Ludwig and Archduke Maximilian responded in unison. After the three archdukes had all left, Archduke Franz Karol, who had not spoken, asked suspiciously, Sophie, what is Franz's intention for letting Karol learn the language of the Principality of Lodomeria? What else is there? Of course, I want Carol to be the ruler of the Principality of Lodomeria. The Queen Mother Sophie replied to Fran's carol. If I'm not mistaken, Franz is prepared to will early. The next morning, under the order of Emperor Franz Joseph. Interior Minister Bach, Foreign Minister Boer and advisors Metternich came to Franz Joseph's study again. Franz Joseph first asked Bach, the Minister of the Interior, about the implementation of taxation within the Austrian Empire. Bach told Franz Joseph that, thanks to the help of loyal Bohemian civil servants, the vast majority of the empire's provinces, especially the Hungarian region, were basically in a state of profit in taxation, and only a few, such as Galicia, were in a state of loss. So, even without Galicia, the empire's finances can still run smoothly? Franz Joseph asked Bach with a smile. Judging from the current results, this is indeed the case. Bach nodded and replied to Franz Joseph, I see. Franz Joseph said in a daze, and then turned his head to Metternich's advisor and Minister Boer afterwards. Franz Joseph told Prince Metternich and Chancellor Boer that, after thinking about it all night last night, he believed that the conflict between the Austrian Empire and the Principality of Poland should be brought to a successful conclusion. The younger brother of the Archduke of Warsaw left hidden dangers, so he wanted to give the title of the Archduke of Galicia Krakow to his younger brother Maximilian and the title of the Archduke of Lodomeria to another brother, the Archduke Karol Ludwig. Prince Metternich immediately realized that Franz Joseph was going to follow his original idea of restricting France, combining Austrian Poland and Russian Poland, to create a buffer zone for a middle power. A Polish principality, which has conflicts with Russia and Prussia, can fully share the military pressure brought by the Prussian kingdom and the Russian Empire to the Austrian Empire. Using a piece of land that is basically useless, Galicia as an agricultural area in this period is somewhat tasteless, in exchange for a Poland that has completely fallen to the Austrian Empire, is a surefire business. And as long as the Principality of Poland still belongs to the Habsburg family, it is not considered discarded. Actually, Prince Metternich misunderstood. Franz Joseph did not take into account the factor of middle power. He just did not want to have a break with his younger brother, who was about to be the Grand Duke of Warsaw, at some point in the future. This way it's not good for both parties. Prince Metternich praised Franz Joseph's thoughts, and at the same time, explained the deep meaning behind Franz Joseph's behavior intimately. After listening to Prince Metternich's explanation, Minister Boer also expressed his admiration to Franz Joseph. And after Franz Joseph himself heard Prince Metternich's explanation, reading www.urkanshu.com also doubted whether he really thought so. Your Majesty, it's best to discuss this matter with the French Empire. Prince Metternich turned to Franz Joseph and said, some countries may destroy it. Certain states in Prince Metternich's mouth are naturally the Kingdom of Prussia, which annexed the Grand Duchy of Posen. Once the Austrian Empire returned Galicia, the conflict between the Principality of Poland and the Kingdom of Prussia would become acute. If the trouble is not good, the Poles in the Kingdom of Prussia will riot collectively as they did in 1848. That's right. Franz Joseph nodded and responded to Prince Metternich. Then the task was handed over to Minister Boer. Another half-month passed, and the Austrian Foreign Minister Count Boer and his delegation set off from Vienna to Paris. Meanwhile, the Crimea Peninsula is thousands of miles away from Vienna. The British and French troops stationed near Perekop are in the process of handing over the last Russian army. From the moment the Russian army stepped out of the Crimea Peninsula, the entire Crimean Peninsula will not belong to the Russian Empire at all. While in charge of leading the army, Colonel Ivanov Gorchakov and Ambassador Gorchakov were saying their final farewell to Jerome Bonaparte. Ambassador Gorchakov, I sincerely hope that you can defeat the rebels entrenched in the Petersburg area and maintain the sacred monarchy of Russia. Jerome Bonaparte said to Ambassador Gorchakov with a hypocritical expression. Your Majesty, please rest assured. We will definitely defeat those traitors. Uphold the rights of the empire. Ambassador Gorchakov glanced at the fortress behind Jerome Bonaparte with a complex expression. Chapter 717. Finishing work on the Crimean Peninsula. Part 1. I'm in Paris waiting for the news of your victory. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Ambassador Gorchakov with a smile on his face, and then reminded Gorchakov not to forget to come to the peace conference held in Paris in April this year. Ambassador Gorchakov knew that the so-called peace conference in Jerome Bonaparte's mouth was nothing more than a supplementary explanatory conference to carve up the territory of the Russian Empire under the leadership of France. However, Gorchakov had to attend this trial meeting on the Russian Empire. If they did not participate on behalf of the Russian imperial government, then the Golitsyn traitor group in Petersburg would certainly participate on behalf of the Russian imperial government. This has caused them to lose their international influence indirectly, and European monarchical regimes are likely to not see Gorchakov in them as a fully functioning government. In this case, they will lose the support of some people. After all, Golitsyn's new government restricted the Tsar's powers, but they did not abolish the Tsar. The attitude of many monarchy countries will not be as slaughtered as republics, but in a state of ambiguity like the original Orleans dynasty. Your Majesty, please rest assured, we will be there on time. Ambassador Gorchakov hurriedly assured Jerome Bonaparte. Okay, Ambassador Gorchakov, it's getting late. It's time for you to hit the road. Jerome Bonaparte ordered Gorchakov to evict the guests. Ambassador Gorchakov took a last look at the land behind Jerome Bonaparte with nostalgia, then bowed to Jerome Bonaparte and left. Looking at the Russian troops who were walking away from the snow that was about to reach his ankles, Jerome Bonaparte showed a sincere smile at the corner of his mouth. The war, which lasted for about a year, finally ended with the departure of the Russian Empire from the Crimean Peninsula. Next, what he has to do in Crimea is to finish off and reward him with meritorious deeds. Walewski, Jerome Bonaparte whispered to the foreign minister beside him. Your Majesty. Walewski hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. What kind of title do you think I should give Marshal Pélissier? Jerome Bonaparte lowered his eyes and thought carefully. Duke or Count? Your Majesty, it depends on your will. Verusky hurriedly kicked the ball back to Jerome Bonaparte. Whether it's a duke or an earl, it's not something Walewski can discuss. It's just that Walewski was right. If he didn't guess what Jerome Bonaparte was thinking, the consequences would be very serious. He has a pretty good relationship with Marshal Pélissier, and he doesn't want to get the hatred of Marshal Pélissier on this issue. There is still a certain gap between the Duke and the Earl. After thinking for a while, Jerome Bonaparte decided to give the title of Count of Marshal Pélissier. After all, the late Marshal of St. Arnault just got the Count of Sevastopol as the successor of Marshal St. Arnault. Marshal Pélissier is too difficult to grant the title of Duke. In addition, the Crimean War itself was successful only by relying on 7 points of politics and 3 points of military affairs, so Jerome Bonaparte did not want to directly award the title of Duke. I have decided to give the title of Marshal Pélissier, Count, as a reward for his heroic fighting in the Crimea. What do you think? Jerome Bonaparte spoke again to Walewski. That couldn't be better. I believe Marshal Pélissier will be moved by your kindness and kindness. Walewski hurriedly flattered Jerome Bonaparte. As for the title, Jerome Bonaparte paused and turned his attention to Walewski. Your Majesty, since the Count of Sevastopol has been picked by the late Marshal of St. Arnaud, why don't we give the Count of Bakhchisaray, the Marshal of Pélissier, as a reward? Jerome Bonaparte rode this. Jerome Bonaparte hesitated for a moment. He felt that it was a bit too presumptuous to grant the title of King City of Crimea to a general. However, this thought only existed for a few seconds and was cut off by Jerome Bonaparte. He finally made a decision. Okay, it's Count Bakhchisaray. You go to Simferopol immediately to inform Marshal Pélissier. Order him to come quickly. Also, if Marshal Pélissier asks, don't tell him anything. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty. Walewski bowed and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. In the afternoon, Minister Verevsky and his entourage, escorted by the Tatar cavalry, set off from Perekop, and after a long journey of several hours, finally reached the capital of Simferopol that evening. Under the leadership of French officers, Walewski came to Marshal Pélissier. Your Majesty. Walewski, why are you here alone? Did His Majesty have any orders? Marshal Pélissier, who had just met, hurriedly asked Walewski. Your Excellency Marshal, congratulations. Minister Walewski smiled and responded to Marshal Pélissier. Congratulations? Congratulations to me for what? Marshal Perlissier asked Minister Werefsky with a confused expression. Your Excellency Marshal, you will know what will happen when you arrive at Perekop. Minister Walewski then said to Marshal Perlissier, however, you'd better change into a formal suit and go. Walewski seemed to have not disclosed a word to Marshal Perlissier, but in fact he had completely disclosed it to Perlissier. At this time, Marshal Perlissier still didn't understand what Walewski meant. The reason why Emperor Jerome Bonaparte sent him to Perekop was very likely to give him an official promotion. Your Excellency, thank you for your notification. Marshal Perlissier hurriedly responded to Walewski. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't tell you anything. Werefsky denied it, and then added, and in front of your majesty, you must pretend to know nothing. Early the next morning, Marshal Perlissier, who had explained his precautions after leaving, put on the costume of the first Imperial Marshal and set off from Simferopol with Werefsky, arriving in Bil at noon. Cope Fortress. The two who entered the fortress, led by Jerome Patterson, came to Jerome Bonaparte's residence in Perekop. Your Excellency Marshal, Your Excellency Minister, please wait here for a while. Your Majesty has been upstairs for a while, and I expect to meet you in half an hour. Walewski was led to a room to wait, while explaining to the two. 0-point Reading Network. Marshal Perlissier and Walewski immediately expressed their understanding, then followed Jerome Patterson's arrangement, and entered the room to wait. Afterwards, Jerome Patterson ordered the servants in the residence to bring them pastries and black tea, so that the two people who were exhausted by the boat could eat a little. Marshal Perlissier and Walewski sat in the room quietly waiting for Jerome Bonaparte. The person they were waiting for was in the study room on the second floor of the residence at this time, listening to the report of the Quartermaster General Leboeuf. Your Majesty, this is drawn up by our technicians. Please take a look at the disposal plan of the Kamish-Port Alma section of the railway. Leboeuf used a respectful tone with a hint of restraint, put his hand on the file as provided. It's hard work. Jerome Bonaparte solemnly took the documents handed over by Uncle Le, and after reading them carefully, he put the documents back on the table. The content of the document is simple. The quartermaster wants the railway and equipment from the port of Kamish to Alma to be dismantled, transported to the Syrian province, and a railway from Astra to Jerusalem is built. Once the railway is completed, more and more people will make pilgrimages to Jerusalem. At the same time, the French Empire could also gain further control over the vicinity of Jerusalem by rail. Reading www.urkanshu.com. Who is responsible for contracting this railway? Jerome Bonaparte asked Leboeuf. Monsieur. In sack peril. Leboeuf responded to Jerome Bonaparte. What? About the price? Jerome Bonaparte asked again. 20%. Higher than the market price of scrap iron. Leboeuf then responded to Jerome Bonaparte. They are quite good at doing business. Jerome Bonaparte said to Leboeuf with a slight smile. Your Majesty, shall we agree to them? Leboeuf asked Jerome Bonaparte. Just follow the plan. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, anyway, it is a waste to stay here for this railway. I believe that Abdul, the Ottoman Empire, will never be here. There are too many resources here. Instead of letting this railway stay here, it is better to use the waste. It can also use some waste heat. Yes. Leboeuf nodded, and then handed over to Jerome Bonaparte a copy of the disposal of horses and mules in the French army and the plan. Leboeuf pointed out that the number of horses and mules owned by the French army was too large. Most of them would be robbed, and if they were all transported back, the cost alone would far exceed the cost of the horses and mules themselves' price. So the highest disposal result is to sell it in situ to the local regime in the Crimea Peninsula. In addition, they also expressed their willingness to serve the French Empire with Pasha, the governor of Musagele, who was supported by the coalition forces in the Crimea Peninsula. Currently Musagele has been recognized by the Ottoman Empire as the governor of Crimea. Horses and mules service, but given that the Crimea itself is a poor place, the prices they give are also lower than market prices. Chapter 718, Finishing Work on the Crimean Peninsula, Part 2. After reading the plan, Jerome Bonaparte patted Leboeuf on the shoulder and encouraged him to let go of his hands and feet. France, or Jerome Bonaparte, would never forget his credit point. Encouraged, Leboeuf immediately patted his chest and told Jerome Bonaparte that he himself would not betray His Majesty the Emperor's trust in him. At the same time, he also asked Jerome Bonaparte how these two extra incomes should be, how to deal with it. Jerome Bonaparte naturally understood that Leboeuf's implication was that he wanted to hand over these two windfalls to Jerome Bonaparte without taking the army's accounts. How much money can we get from the railroad and the horses? Jerome Bonaparte asked Leboeuf. After pondering for a moment. When Leboeuf heard what Jerome Bonaparte said, he thought that Jerome Bonaparte was going to pocket all the money, and he quickly replied to Jerome Bonaparte, these two incomes, that adds up to about 5 million francs. However, there are also some depreciation payments for guns, all of which add up to almost 10 million francs. 10 million francs. Jerome Bonaparte smacked his lips. It is indeed a large sum. Let's do it. Leboeuf, you distribute all the 10 million francs in the name of the logistics committee. Send it all down. Leboeuf stared at Jerome Bonaparte in astonishment. He really never expected that Jerome Bonaparte would give such an order. Yes. Post them all. Jerome Bonaparte emphasized. Then, Jerome Bonaparte took out a note worth 100,000 francs from his pocket and handed it to Leboeuf. Your Majesty, I cannot. Leboeuf wanted to refuse Jerome Bonaparte's reward. You deserve it. Jerome Bonaparte shoved the bill into General Leboeuf's arms and warned again, don't use a penny of that money. If you need anything, you can tell me anytime. Yes. Leboeuf nodded to Jerome Bonaparte. Then, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly had a whim and asked General Leboeuf if he knew the French officer's handling of the spoils. Leboeuf told Jerome Bonaparte that he himself had obtained loot by looting tribes in Algiers, so he still knew something about the sale of loot. Since the army itself is doing business without capital, many sellers who do not know one big character do not know how to maximize the benefits of the spoils in their hands, so the things they loot need to be exploited by merchants. Is there no one to help them organize a relatively equal platform? Jerome Bonaparte asked suspiciously. How about in Algiers? It's easier to say. If those people want to cooperate with us for a long time, they must accept our arrangement. However, in a sudden war like now, it is difficult for the army to find trustworthy businessmen. Many, in order to covet a momentary refreshment, the soldiers sold items that were originally priceless at extremely low prices. Leboeuf replied to Jerome Bonaparte. After listening to Leboeuf's words, Jerome Bonaparte was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said to Leboeuf, okay, got it, immediately. Afterwards, Leboeuf chatted with Jerome Bonaparte for a while, and then Jerome Patterson entered the room and whispered to Jerome Bonaparte that Marshal Perlesier was coming. Seeing this, Leboeuf quickly got up and said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte. Wait a minute. Jerome Bonaparte stopped Leboeuf and then gave Jerome Patterson a wink. Jerome Patterson, who received Jerome Bonaparte's signal, turned and left the room. After a while, Jerome Patterson, holding a tray in both hands, entered the room again. There was a Silver Legion of Glory medal on the tray, and a look of excitement flashed on Leboeuf's face. He stood up straight and quietly waited for Jerome Bonaparte to personally bring him the medal. Under the gaze of Leboeuf, Jerome Bonaparte picked up the medal on the tray, slowly handed it to Marshal Leboeuf's chest, and pinned the medal for him with his own hands. It's hard work. Jerome Bonaparte patted Leboeuf on the shoulder and said softly. Leboeuf shook his head, expressing his honor to serve the empire. Then, under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, Leboeuf was sent by Jerome Patterson from the Pericop fortress. Jerome Bonaparte, led by his servants, came to the door of the room where Marshal Perlesier was. Jerome Bonaparte, who pushed in the door, saw Marshal Perlesier and Walewski at first sight. At this time, they were sitting on the sofa, sipping black tea. The arrival of Jerome Bonaparte made them put down the teacups in their hands and stood up to greet them. I kept you waiting. Jerome Bonaparte responded apologetically to Marshal Perlesier, although it is said that as a monarch, he naturally has the privilege of not keeping the time, but it is not so commendable to keep others waiting. Nothing. We just came here. Marshal Perlesier hurriedly handed over the steps to Jerome Bonaparte. Okay. Marshal Perlesier, you don't need to find the steps for me. Let's get to the point. Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and responded to Marshal Perlesier. Yes. Marshal Perlesier quickly resumed his military style and responded with a sonorous tone to Jerome Bonaparte. Marshal Perlesier, Jerome Bonaparte also showed a serious expression and said seriously to Marshal Périssia, in view of your excellent performance in the Crimean War, through the Legislative Yuan and the elders with the unanimous consent of the court, the Legislative Yuan and the Senate still don't know about this. Jerome Bonaparte is going to get on the bus first and then make up the ticket and grant you the title of Count of Bacchus-Array. I hope you can make persistent efforts in the next time and continue to open up new frontiers for France. Hearing that, Marshal Périssia, who had conferred the title of Earl, felt as if he had been hit by a £1,000,000 lottery ticket, and the whole person felt a little overwhelmed. You must know that this world line is different from the world line, where your cousin is the emperor. The title of the Second Empire is not so random that, as long as a place is captured, the titles of counts and dukes can be distributed freely. Point from the early days of the establishment of the empire to the present, with the addition of Périssia, only 2 earls and 3 marshals were conferred, as if they were on a par with the First Empire. Point there is a saying that what is rare is precious, and Périssia naturally cherishes the title of Earl. Of course, if Marshal Périssia knew that he was in another world line, and that he had obtained the Duke of Malakoff just by breaking Sevastopol, he would definitely be stingy with Jerome Bonaparte in his heart. Your Majesty, I will be loyal to my silent empire until my heart stops beating. Marshal Périssia responded firmly to Jerome Bonaparte. Very good. Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction, and then told Marshal Périssia the mansion that corresponds to the title of Count, and that the Medal of Glory matches the status of a Count. He will give it to him after returning to France. Marshal Périssia nodded in understanding, and then Jerome Bonaparte asked Marshal Périssia when the French army would be able to completely withdraw from the Crimean Peninsula. Marshal Périssia told Jerome Bonaparte that the complete withdrawal of France might take 1 to 2 months. After all, it has been almost half a year since France landed on the Crimean Peninsula. It is impossible to transport all 100,000 soldiers back in a short period of time. Therefore, they can only choose to send all their troops back in batches. In this case, it will definitely take a long time. When will the first group of soldiers start to leave? Jerome Bonaparte asked Marshal Périssia. 1 week later. Marshal Périssia said to Jerome Bonaparte, and then suggested that Jerome Bonaparte should return to France with the first group of soldiers. Nonsense. Jerome Bonaparte frowned and reprimanded Marshal Périssia. I want to leave here with the last group of soldiers, Your Majesty. On the Crown Prince's side, Walewski, who was standing beside him, hesitated. Friedrich, what's wrong with him? Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a few seconds. His Majesty Pope Pius IX said that he will personally be there when the full moon is full for His Royal Highness, to be baptized for His Highness. Walewski reminded. Humph. Jerome Bonaparte snorted coldly, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. When Frederick was born, our Pope patron did not come to baptize him in person, for Friedrich. Bonaparte presided over the baptism as the Archbishop of Nancy Cathedral. The baptism and coronation of the Bourbon dynasty were all done by the Nancy Cathedral. On the contrary, when the full moon is full, he runs thousands of miles to Paris. It's so professional. In the face of Jerome Bonaparte's ridicule to Pope Pius IX, Marshal Périssia and Walewski did not dare to discuss. There are some words that Jerome Bonaparte, who is a monarch, can discuss at will. If they, as ministers, make comments at will, if they are caught by people with a heart. The influence of the clerical faction in France is second only to the 3 mainstream factions, inevitably made a mess. However, the incident of Pius IX is not to blame for Jerome Bonaparte's ridicule. His behavior was indeed too eager for quick success. Walewski believed that, if Pius IX did not receive news of the complete surrender of the Russian Empire, he would have to sit on the wall for a while. That would have rushed to Paris like now, for fear that Paris would act as a dutiful son. Chapter 719. Farewell, Crimea. In the next few days, Jerome Bonaparte wasted no time in finishing the finishing work. One general after another was called to his side by Jerome Bonaparte alone, and awarded medals and titles. Among them, King Robert and Bouquet were awarded the title of Marshal of the French Empire, and Marshal Renault was approved by Jerome Bonaparte to inherit the title of Count from his biological father. The youngest of the 5 divisions, General Trott, was awarded the highest order of the Legion of Honor by Jerome Bonaparte for his outstanding military exploits. Having done all this, Jerome Bonaparte gathered the generals in Sevastopol, and in front of all the generals handed over the supreme command of the French expeditionary force to Marshal Perlessier, and he was instructed to deliver all the soldiers safely to France. At the same time, the soldiers who have been wrapped in horse leather in the Crimea should do, those who can collect their corpses as much as possible to return to the country, and those who cannot collect their corpses, which are usually blown to pieces by artillery, should also erect a tombstone for them. Don't let those heroic spirits who have died find their way home. Marshal Perlessier hurriedly assured Jerome Bonaparte that he would obey Jerome Bonaparte's arrangements in the last 2 days of returning to France. Jerome Bonaparte once again made an exception to use the power of the supreme commander of the Allied forces command. What command did Bonaparte summon them to? Jerome Bonaparte told them that he hoped to send a final farewell to those heroic spirits who died in Crimea before he left. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte asked for the cooperation of the 3 kingdoms of England to pay homage to the deceased generals. In the face of Jerome Bonaparte's request, both the Duke of Cambridge and Omar Pasha agreed. So, on the day before Jerome Bonaparte left the Crimean Peninsula, a grand memorial ceremony was held at Mount Inkerman and the Drana River outside Sevastopol, Bakhchisaray, Sarayod and Guards villages held near. Under the leadership of Jerome Bonaparte, the commanders of the 4 kingdoms of England, Turkey, and France started from Mount Inkerman outside Sevastopol, all the way north to the Drana River and Sachi, and then southwest to near Guard village, and finally arrive at Bakhchisaray Point. By the time Jerome Bonaparte and the others arrived at Bakhchisaray, the sky had completely darkened, and the howling cold wind blew mercilessly on everyone's faces. The people with torches, led by Jerome Bonaparte, saluted the small mounds outside Bakhchisaray, and inside the mounds were killed by a heroic spirit in Bakhchisaray. Then a tombstone carved from marble was placed on the mound and hill, and on the tombstone was written, "No one knows your name, and your achievements will last forever." Maybe it's a coincidence, or maybe it's some kind of will in the dark. After the soldiers placed the tombstone, the howling cold wind gradually became smaller, and the moon, which was originally covered by the dark clouds, also appeared, and the bright moonlight shone on the blue-black marble tombstone, making the tombstone appear extraordinarily deep. Heroes of Crimea, if you really love France, please bless it with smooth sailing in the future. Jerome Bonaparte said something silently in his heart, then raised his head and shouted, "Salute." Everyone raised their right hands to salute the tombstone at the same time, and at the same time, the sound of intensive gunfire and artillery sounded near the tombstone, as if to see off these dead ghosts. After everything was over, Jerome Bonaparte and others returned to Sevastopol overnight. The next morning, when the sky was twilight, Jerome Bonaparte opened his eyes early. Then he patted Vernier, who was pressing on him, and said softly, "It's time to get up. Do you want to leave so early?" Vernier opened her eyes lazily, and said with a sigh, "I don't like letting the boat wait for us." Jerome Bonaparte showed a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, and scratched Vernier's itch with his hand. "PFFT, ha ha ha." Vernier suddenly let out a squeak of laughter, and said softly, "Don't make trouble. You can't get up." Jerome Bonaparte turned a deaf ear, and continued to attack Vernier. "I'm up. Can't I get up?" Vernier hurriedly begged. Under the supervision of Jerome Bonaparte, Vernier quickly got up from the bed. When they got up, Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier glanced at the time again. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was nearly 4 hours before the departure time. "It's all your fault," Vernier whispered angrily. "How did I know it's only 6 o'clock?" Jerome Bonaparte shrugged, with a helpless expression on his face. However, since he had already woken up, if he lay down again, he might not be able to get up again. Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier walked out of the room together holding hands afterwards. Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier strolled through the Sevastopol fortress. When everyone who met Jerome Bonaparte saw Jerome Bonaparte, they all greeted him immediately. Jerome Bonaparte also smiled, and shook hands with them and encouraged them. The long time was quickly consumed by the slow walk. Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier briefly enjoyed the bacon porridge and black bread, and rode their horses in the hall of Marshal Perlessier. Accompanied departure from Sevastopol at 9 am. Kamish Port Terminal point. At this time, the Kamish Port Terminal is very lively, and here you can almost see the flags and costumes of every unit in the coalition. Outside Kashmir Port, fleets of fleets were neatly lined up in one-line formations, like soldiers waiting to be reviewed. Jerome Bonaparte looked at the farewell army with a surprised expression on his face, and he immediately approached Pélissier to ask him what was going on. Pélissier first accused Jerome Bonaparte of the crime, and then told Jerome Bonaparte that what he saw was a farewell team spontaneously formed by the coalition forces. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Jerome Bonaparte rebuked Marshal Pélissier in a low voice. "Your Majesty, if I tell you, will you agree to this action?" Marshal Pélissier asked in return. Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a few seconds, then shook his head with a wry smile. Pélissier was right. If he knew in advance, he would definitely not agree with Marshal Pélissier's action. "Forget it. Let's not set an example." Jerome Bonaparte responded sullenly. "Yes." Marshal Pélissier had a smile on his face. He raised his hand gently, and the military band quickly played Ode to the Expedition. Accompanied by the loud military music, there was a sound of gunfire from a distance. The soldiers who were responsible for seeing off sent off the supreme commander in this way. Jerome Bonaparte and his entourage moved step by step towards the ironclad ship Friendship that he was on. Maya Peninsula. It has seen Jerome Bonaparte's victory after victory in the Crimea, coveting, shameless, and now it will carry the supreme commander back to the French Empire. There, Jerome Bonaparte will usher in his true glory and splendor. When Jerome Bonaparte entered the ironclad Friendship, the captain of the ironclad Friendship led a group of ironclad officers and soldiers to appear in front of Jerome Bonaparte. "We meet again." Jerome Bonaparte smiled and patted the captain's shoulder and introduced to Vernier enthusiastically. "Vernier, I tell you that this guy almost took me off the ship." "Get off, Your Majesty," the captain said to Jerome Bonaparte, bowing his head in shame. "I am sorry." At the time, before the captain could finish speaking, Jerome Bonaparte immediately interrupted. "The past is over. Now your task is to safely send us to the port of Toulon. UU Reading www.urkanshu.com. Have you understood?" "Yes." The captain in a sonorous tone. After hearing this afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte stood on the edge of the ironclad deck and waved goodbye to respond to everyone in Port Kashmir. Upon seeing this, Marshal Pélissier in Port Kashmir immediately shouted at the surrounding soldiers, "Salute." All the soldiers raised their rifles and fired into the sky at the same time. The British and French navy surrounding Kashmir Port fired in the direction away from the port. After hearing the sound of gunfire near the port, the huge roar and the splashing water column caused the sea surface near the port of Kamish to shake significantly. After hearing the fleet's farewell salute, the captain of the ironclad Friendship also shouted at the soldiers lined up on the deck, "Let's go." All the soldiers acted quickly after hearing the captain's order. After a while, the steam engine started to run, the white sails slowly opened, and the ironclad ship moved forward slowly. No aeronaval network as the Friendship ironclad slowly started. The transport ships, steam gunships and frigates around the Friendship ironclad also began to act. The fleet carrying tens of thousands of French troops and many supplies followed closely behind the ironclad and left Carrie, Maya Peninsula. When the fleet arrived near Constantinople, a ship quietly approached the ship where Jerome Bonaparte was. Jerome Bonaparte ordered the semaphore on the ironclad to ask the opposing ship to express his intentions. The other party said that he was inviting Emperor Jerome Bonaparte to Constantinople under the order of Sultan Abdullah. Sultan Abdullah would like to personally thank Jerome Bonaparte. "Tell him I'm too busy with worldly affairs to go, but I'll be waiting for Abdullah in Paris." Chapter 720. Arrive in Toulon. After the semaphore on behalf of Jerome Bonaparte loudly replied to the fleet of the Ottoman Empire, the Ottoman Empire once again replied to Jerome Bonaparte, saying that their sultan had considered the possibility of His Majesty the Emperor Jerome Bonaparte. He would not accept his invitation to go to Constantinople, so he specially prepared suitable gifts for His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte, hoping that His Majesty Jerome Bonaparte would accept a little favor from the Ottoman Empire. "I don't want the gift. Please express my gratitude to your Sultan Abdullah on my behalf." Jerome Bonaparte, who was standing on the bow of the ironclad, shouted at the opposite ship, The opposite ship immediately shouted, "Your Majesty, if you don't accept the gift, I'm afraid that our entire ship will be condemned by His Majesty the Sultan. Please be sure to accept it." Seeing that Jerome Bonaparte could not dodge, he had to let the ships of the Ottoman Empire approach. When the two ships gradually approached, Jerome Bonaparte realized that the person in charge of commanding the ship was actually Ottoman Mahmud, Grand Marshal of the Imperial Navy. Immediately afterwards, a small boat carrying Mahmud and his entourage slowly slid from the Ottoman ship to the ironclad ship, where Jerome Bonaparte was when Mahmud and others approached the ironclad ship. They put a few ropes from the ironclad ship. Mahmud grabbed the ropes and climbed on the side of the ship with the agility of his age. The gangway, stepped on the gangway to the deck of the ironclad ship. And his entourage followed Mahmud's footsteps and walked to the deck of the ironclad ship. In turn, Jerome Bonaparte walked slowly in front of Mahmud, stretched out his hand to him with a smile and said, "Long time no see, Mahmud. Your Majesty, it is my honor to be able to meet you here." Mahmud first bowed to Jerome Bonaparte to show his respect and then extended his hand to reply, "Okay. If you want a compliment, you don't need to say more." Jerome Bonaparte hurriedly interrupted Mahmud's flattery. He didn't want to waste too much time in this sea area. After seeing that Jerome Bonaparte was reluctant to communicate too much, Mahmud hurriedly took in his hand the emerald green box that one of his followers had tucked under his arm. Is it emerald? Jerome Bonaparte subconsciously thought that this box might be made of a single piece of jade. If this is the case, then the value of the contents in the box is at least several grades higher than this box. Fairy. Would looking at Jerome Bonaparte, who was a little lost in front of him, General Mahmud couldn't help showing a smile on his face. In terms of national strength alone, the Ottoman Empire is indeed far inferior to the French Empire. But in terms of background, the Bonaparte family is far worse than them. Her Majesty Jerome Bonaparte, this is a gift prepared by our Sultan for you and Her Royal Highness Queen Augusta. Mahmud opened the emerald box, which contained two gems of different colors, one blood red and the other azure blue. Judging from the quality of the gemstone, it cannot be said to be unparalleled in the world, but it can also be called rare. At least in all the collections of Jerome Bonaparte, there is no such level. Looking at the two gems in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help but lose his mind. "Your Majesty, please allow me to dedicate these two gems to you on behalf of His Majesty the Sultan." His Majesty said that only a monarch like you deserves such a gem. Mahmud's voice reached Jerome beside Bonaparte's ear. Jerome Bonaparte, who had regained his senses, hurriedly adjusted his state. No matter how good a gem is, it is nothing but an accessory product of power. The reason why Abdul is willing to dedicate the gem to him is simply to be like the European power center. If one day he loses his power, then the role of donating gems to people will probably have to be played by him. Thinking of this, most of Jerome Bonaparte's greed for gems dissipated. He responded to Mahmud sullenly, "This gem is too precious. Compared to your friendship, any gem will pale in comparison." Mahmud hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte. The outstanding performance of the French Empire in the Crimean War shocked the monarchs and ministers of the Ottoman Empire. Through this war, they clearly saw who is in charge of the whole of Europe. Therefore, the Ottoman Empire decided to gradually move closer to the French Empire while maintaining friendly relations with the British Kingdom. 2 Gems are nothing compared to the friendship of the French Empire. Don't you see the Austrian Empire, which has been in a neutral state in the Crimean War? After this war, the Duchy of the Danube was acquired without a fight. Empire sphere of influence. The Kingdom of Sweden picked up a big bargain after the war was about to end and obtained the Grand Duchy of Finland. And they also won the right of the Crimean Khanate with the help of the French Empire. Although the Crimea Peninsula is a chicken rib for the Ottoman Empire, it is better than nothing. Facing Mahmud's praise, Jerome Bonaparte also showed a complacent smile on his face. Through this operation of cutting the flesh of the Russian Empire, the French Empire has initially established its prestige to dominate the whole of Europe. The most important thing about being the eldest is to be able to take care of every little brother as much as possible in the distribution of benefits, and not to think about pulling everything into your own bowl. There is only one result of wanting everything, and that is getting nothing. Jerome Bonaparte has been reminding himself not to make the same mistakes his uncle made. The Bourbon dynasty in Spain was obviously a French iron, but it was forced to turn against it. It is obvious that the inland region may be controlled by annexation or support of satellite countries, and as a result, he supports his father, Prince Montfort, as the King of Westphalia, who can do nothing and waste the first place material point. In short, Jerome Bonaparte decided to maintain the mentality of one superpower, many strong, as far as possible in the European continent when it comes to dividing up the interests in. This way, not only will France not be in a situation of being hostile to everyone, but it will also be able to expand its influence in Europe as much as possible. Okay, I'll replace your gift from August as subordinate. Jerome Bonaparte nodded, and then ordered his entourage, the gem subordinate. By the way, don't forget to attend the conference held in 3 months' time. Peace conference, Your Majesty. We will definitely attend on time. Marshal Mahmoud replied to Jerome Bonaparte point afterwards. Jerome Bonaparte chatted with Marshal Mahmoud for a while, and Marshal Mahmoud took advantage of this opportunity to put forward to Jerome Bonaparte that he hoped to purchase the Russian Empire through the French Empire warship. Point in Mahmoud's words, the Russian Empire is destined to demilitarize the Black Sea region anyway, and their ships in the port of Odessa would be sold to them at a low price rather than sinking directly. After Jerome Bonaparte listened to Mahmoud's words, he nodded as well. He told Mahmoud that he would definitely help the Ottoman government to mediate so that they could buy it into the hands of Alexander II at a suitable price. Surviving fleet. After finishing the conversation, Mahmoud saluted Jerome Bonaparte and disembarked. Jerome Bonaparte also gave the order to continue to move forward to the ironclad Friendship Point. Time flies. The sun and the moon are like shuttles in the blink of an eye. Jerome Bonaparte has been drifting at sea for more than a week. During this more than a week, Jerome Bonaparte has done the most every day, except to communicate with the soldiers in the ironclad ship. One of the things that happened was watching the calm sea with Vernier and Richard Metternich. Richard, I swear this will be my last time on a ship. Jerome Bonaparte, who was looking at the sea, gritted his teeth. Point for Jerome Bonaparte. You reading www.canchu.com. The first time at sea was a novel experience, and the second time at sea was a torture. Your Majesty, please be patient. We will soon arrive in Toulon. Richard Metternich hurriedly comforted Jerome Bonaparte. Point to be honest, these 2 voyages at sea also caused Richard Metternich to have a feeling of resistance to taking a boat, so much so that Richard Metternich made a decision. If you can take the train, you will never take the train. Ship determination. Hey. Jerome Bonaparte sighed again, and then returned to the cabin alone. Another day passed, and the fleet finally arrived at the port of Toulon. At this time, it was just dawn, and a thin mist shrouded the sky over the port of Toulon, making the city and ships looming in the fog. Point the lookout in the port of Toulon, after seeing the fleet looming in the mist in the distance, immediately signaled that a ship was about to enter the port. The officers who received the signal also reported the news to their superiors. After layers of reporting, the news report was reported in the hands of Minister Decaux, the supreme commander of the Toulon naval port. Point after hearing the report, Minister Decaux immediately realized that His Majesty Emperor Jerome Bonaparte should be in the fleet, so the fleet sent from Crimea and Constantinople left the Bosphorus Strait as a calculation. Based on the time node, the arrival time of the ship, where Jerome Bonaparte is located, is probably around this time. Quick, prepare the carriage. Minister Dick ordered to prepare the carriage, and then rode the horse to the Toulon City Hall. After the mayor of Toulon received the news of the arrival of Minister Decaux, he hurriedly ran out of the office to meet the upcoming Minister Decaux. Point Minister Decaux, who just met, quickly gave an order to the mayor of Toulon, quickly organize manpower, and go to the military port to meet you. Chapter 721, Toulon Show. Welcome. The mayor of Toulon was stunned for a moment, then reacted quickly and said excitedly, yes, I'll order someone to prepare right away. Remember, hurry up, we don't have much time left. Minister Dick told the mayor of Toulon again, all the greeters must be present before the fog clears. Don't worry, I will definitely let His Majesty see your enthusiasm in Toulon. The mayor of Toulon firmly responded to Minister Decaux. Then, I'll go first. When you are ready, go to the port immediately. After explaining the task, Minister Decaux quickly left the city hall. As the organizer of the welcome ceremony, he not only wanted to show Emperor Jerome Bonaparte the love of the residents of Toulon, but also to show him the support of the navy for His Majesty. Otherwise, how will their navy military funds from those army gangsters? Minister Decaux heard that the current French acting chief of staff, Neil, is implementing the second military reform in response to the shortcomings of the Crimean Peninsula in France. If the navy does not act to show its loyalty to Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, then the next military spending will inevitably be directed towards the reformed army. After Minister Decaux left, the mayor of Tallinn also ordered his bureaucrats to act. The entire Tallinn city hall is like a machine that has just started, running at high speed. On the other hand, the fleet far away from the naval port was drifting quietly on the sea, waiting for the mist to dissipate. After all, sailing into a military port in fog is a very dangerous act. Just as Jerome Bonaparte and the others were waiting for the fog to dissipate, a small boat from appeared the fog and soon came to the vicinity of the ironclad Friendship. Immediately afterwards, the officer on the boat shouted loudly that he had come under the order of Minister Decaux, in order to meet your majesty Jerome Bonaparte. The captain of the ironclad immediately reported the situation to Jerome Bonaparte. Decaux, what the asterisk is this guy doing? Jerome Bonaparte whispered, and then ordered, drop the rope and let them come up along the rope. Yes. The captain immediately threw the rope to the naval officer on the boat, and the naval officer climbed along the rope to the side gangway of the ironclad ship, and then followed the gangway to the deck of the ironclad ship to meet with Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty. The naval officer who met Jerome Bonaparte immediately bowed and saluted. What is the purpose of Decaux sending you here? Jerome Bonaparte asked sternly. The naval officer told Jerome Bonaparte politely that Minister Decaux hoped that His Majesty could wait a little while at sea so that he would be well prepared. Prepare? What are you going to prepare? Jerome Bonaparte showed a little dissatisfaction on his face. After drifting at sea for more than a week, he was eager to set foot on land again. Feeling the displeased expression in Jerome Bonaparte's words, the naval officer responded hesitantly to Jerome Bonaparte. His Excellency said that he wants to make His Majesty feel that the residents of Tallinn's naval port are very interested in Your Majesty. Your love, Your Majesty in the Crimea Peninsula, makes every inhabitant of Tallinn fascinated, and they admire and respect you from the bottom of their hearts. After listening to the naval officer's words, Jerome Bonaparte couldn't help showing a complacent smile. This Decaux can always give me some new tricks. Jerome Bonaparte rebuked with a smile, and then pointed to the naval officer. Go back and tell Decaux, for his own sake, I'll just wait a little longer. Remember, don't make me wait too long. Yes, Your Majesty. The naval officer hurriedly replied to Jerome Bonaparte. Then, the naval officer said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte. He jumped onto the dinghy along the rope, and the dinghy gradually disappeared into the hazy mist. Time flew by, and after about an hour, the sun gradually poked its head out from the eastern horizon, and the fog that had enveloped the city of Tallinn gradually dissipated. And the naval officer driving the small boat once again appeared around the Jerome Bonaparte ironclad. Your Majesty, the fleet can enter the naval port, said the naval officer to Jerome Bonaparte. You're moving quite fast. Jerome Bonaparte, who looked through the monocular observation mirror, saw the dense black spots in the distant military port, and couldn't help but praise. A shy smile appeared on the naval officer's face. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte ordered the Friendship ironclad and its attached transport ships and frigates to set off for the naval port. In turn, the Friendship started again, and after about 10 minutes of driving, the ironclad sailed into the port of Tallinn. Good romance novel. Only then did Jerome Bonaparte realize that the warships in the port of Tallinn were lined up in 2 rows at the moment, which seemed to be a specially prepared program to welcome Jerome Bonaparte's triumphant return. As soon as Jerome Bonaparte's ironclad entered the port, the Minister Decaux on the shore quickly ordered the semaphore soldiers on the shore to issue an order to fire on the 2 fleets. The 2 columns of warships that received the order to fire the semaphore quickly moved to one side, to the side of the ship. With a loud roar, the 2 columns of warships passed through the gap between the 2 columns of warships and arrived at the port pier. Let's go, everyone, Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski and Richard Metternich, who were accompanying him. Walewski and Richard Metternich followed Jerome Bonaparte and disembarked from the gangway on the side of the ironclad. Jerome Bonaparte, who had just set foot on land, once again felt an unprecedented peace of mind. He whispered in a voice that only he could hear. "Life at sea is really not suitable for people like me. This kind of people." As soon as Jerome Bonaparte finished speaking, Minister Deco's voice came from his ear. "Your Majesty." "Deco, you are here," Jerome Bonaparte said to Deco with a smile, then stretched out his hand and held it tightly with Minister Deco. "Your Majesty, welcome home." Minister Deco replied to Jerome Bonaparte with a sincere expression. After the two sides chatted for a while, Jerome Bonaparte turned his eyes to the clad gentleman beside Deco, who thought for a moment. "If I remember correctly, you are Yad Mayor of Towlin, Jibukaoyin." Hearing that Jerome Bonaparte still remembered his name, the mayor responded to Jerome Bonaparte with a look of honor. "Your Majesty, it's an honor that you still remember me. Towlin's current prosperity is inseparable from the guidance of your Towlin City Hall. How could I forget it?" Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand and patted Jacob Join on the shoulder. "The soil is one of the few excellent ports in France. The port of London, like Marseille, carries the hope of our country for the entire Mediterranean region. So I hope that the port of Towlin will not only become a military port, but also become a connection between the Mediterranean countries and France. Between the trader ports the City Hall of Towlin will make persistent efforts to build Towlin into France. No, it should be said that the world's first-class port. Your Majesty, please rest assured that our Towlin City Hall will definitely live up to your expectations and strive to build Towlin into an international port." The mayor of Towlin also assured Jerome Bonaparte. "With your words, I'm relieved." Jerome Bonaparte responded to the mayor of Towlin with a smile. No one knows better than him the future potential of the port of Towlin. Once the Suez Canal is opened, the stagnant Mediterranean trade can be revived. One of the reasons for the decline of Mediterranean trade in history is the discovery of the Cape of Good Hope route. The port of Towlin can also prosper more and more along the way. Of course, Jerome Bonaparte himself has no hope for the ownership of the Suez Canal to France, because once the Suez Canal is penetrated, it will inevitably affect the interests of the Cape of Good Hope route and the British Kingdom's control over the Mediterranean. Britain, as a maritime hegemon, will definitely not allow this to happen. Don't look at the various concessions Britain has made to the French Empire, because the French Empire itself has not yet made a move to the Poseidon Trident. You reading www.urkanshu.com. Britain decides that France has a move to the Trident of the Sea God, then it will maintain its maritime hegemony at all costs. From the Napoleonic Wars to World War I to World War II, Britain implemented their beliefs with practical actions. Therefore, Jerome Bonaparte did not want to have too much conflict with Britain, unless it was a last resort point. The topic went too far. After Jerome Bonaparte had finished encouraging the mayor of Towlin, he invited Minister Deco and Mayor Jacob to follow him on his left and right sides. When Jerome Bonaparte moved forward again, the band played the Ode to Triumph of the First Empire. Under the passionate tune, several children like porcelain dolls appeared in Jerome Bonaparte, holding flowers and garlands in their hands, as if they had been rehearsed. They said to Jerome Bonaparte in unison, "Your Majesty, welcome back." "Yeah." Jerome Bonaparte, who was in front of everyone's eyes, squatted down, touched each child's head gently, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." Then, he pointed to the flowers and wreaths in the children's hands and asked them, "Is this for me?" "Yeah." The children nodded and continued. "However, the Lord said that it would take a while to give it to you." Then, "Are you tired?" Jerome Bonaparte asked again. "Tired, not tired." Some children obey their parents and answer not tired, while others answer tired by themselves. "I see." Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand to take the flowers from the children's hands, and then let the children's wreaths be placed on his head with his head down. Having done all this, Jerome Bonaparte patted every child on the buttocks and said, "Let's go. Go home." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, The Troubles of Towlin's Shipbuilding Industry. Looking at the child who was walking away, Jerome Bonaparte's smile gradually disappeared. He slowly got up and continued to walk forward. Minister Decaux and Mayor Jacob, who were standing behind Jerome Bonaparte on the left and right sides, were also a little uneasy when they saw this scene. Although Jerome Bonaparte didn't say anything, they knew in their hearts that they were very dissatisfied with the show just now. As for why the emperor was dissatisfied, only he knew in his heart. Jerome Bonaparte, who was walking from the port terminal to the main city of Tallinn port, looked at the group of citizens of the empire who were holding the banner "Long live Bonaparte, long live the empire," and were divided by soldiers on the left and right sides of the road in the main city. A bright smile bloomed again. I saw him take off the garland on his head, gently toss it into the crowd, and then said with dignity, "Citizens of the empire, your emperor is back." In an instant, the citizens on both sides of the street all boiled, and they spontaneously shouted the slogan "Long live Napoleon III, long live the empire." Jerome Bonaparte quietly looked at the group of enthusiastic citizens in front of him, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly involuntarily. At first, why did he ignore the fact that the empire was still unstable and insisted on going to the Crimea Peninsula to command? Because of the scene in front of him, as Emperor Napoleon's nephew, it is impossible for him to live on his uncle's credit for the rest of his life. He must compose his own legend before Napoleon's shade is exhausted. Only in this way can he truly get rid of the shadow of Emperor Napoleon and become a true legend. Now, having defeated the Russian Empire's army and forced the Russian Empire to sign a humiliating treaty, he has embarked on the first step of this legendary road. "Long live Napoleon III" is the best response from the citizens of the empire to him. As though the whole atmosphere went from climax to underestimation, the officers surrounding the residence also shouted hysterically, "Salute." All the soldiers will raise their guns and salute almost at the same time, and the bright bayonet is particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Seeing this group of high-spirited soldiers in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte showed a proud smile on his face. It was with the help of tens of thousands of soldiers like them that Jerome Bonaparte was able to defeat the Russian Empire in a short period of time. The Duke of Golitsyn in the heart of St. Petersburg would not have launched a successful rebellion without the constant victories of the French Empire in the Crimea, which reduced the Tsar's prestige in the Russian Empire. He may go down in obscurity as in history, or he may die silently on any street in St. Petersburg. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand gently. "Soldiers of the empire, you have worked hard. I'm very grateful for your ability to maintain law and order here. It is because of you, our country, only the nation can live safely on this land. Peace in Europe requires not only flowers and salutes, but also spears and shields." Faced with this sudden compliment, almost all the soldiers enthusiastically cheered the slogan "Long live the emperor." The sluggish atmosphere entered a new climax once again amid the cheers of the soldiers. As Jerome Bonaparte continued to move forward, the cheers he received grew louder and louder, and a small group of fanatical citizens even began to attack the wall of people formed by the army, just for the sake of fellow Jerome Bonaparte. They meet face to face. Simply, every soldier can stick to his profession without letting them break through the human wall. When Jerome Bonaparte arrived at the port of Tallinn City Hall, the bureaucrats of the city hall stood in front of Jerome Bonaparte. "It's hard work," Jerome Bonaparte said to the city hall bureaucrats with a slight nod. Led by the city hall bureaucrats, Jerome Bonaparte once again toured the offices. The ceremony ended when Jerome Bonaparte entered the city hall. Then Jerome Bonaparte entered a heavily guarded castle on the edge of the city of Tallinn under the arrangement of Minister Decaux and stayed temporarily. "Decaux," Jerome Bonaparte said to Minister Decaux, "Your Majesty." Minister Decaux hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Send a word to the business giants of Tallinn for me." Jerome Bonaparte responded to Minister Decaux, "Your Majesty, please speak." Minister Decaux immediately said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Let's just say that I will invite them to dinner at the best hotel in Tallinn tonight. I hope they will not let down my good intentions." Jerome Bonaparte said to Minister Decaux, "Yes, Your Majesty." Decaux nodded, and then asked Jerome Bonaparte if he needed to make an appointment at the hotel. "Don't bother you with this." Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and responded to Decaux, then turned his attention to Walewski and said, "I believe Walewski can arrange it properly." "Yes, Your Majesty." Decaux said goodbye to Jerome Bonaparte at once. Then, Jerome Bonaparte sent Walewski to the hotel to book a banquet in advance. During the scheduled banquet, Walewski also encountered some troubles. Since Jerome Bonaparte is going to invite business giants from the entire city of Tallinn, he needs to cover the entire hotel. However, that night, there were also several nobles who invited their friends to dinner, and several guests were already staying at the hotel. Therefore, the hotel refused Walewski's request. If Walewski hadn't shaken out his identity as a foreign minister and quietly told the hotel owner that the person responsible for booking the hotel was Emperor Jerome Bonaparte, then they won't make up their minds to drive away all the guests in the hotel. After all, everyone who can enter the hotel is a big person, and expelling one at will may have a big negative impact on the hotel. Sure enough, after learning that the guests who had been expelled were eager to find the hotel manager's theory, the hotel manager had to accompany the smiling face and refund the accommodation fee tenfold. When a small number of guests reluctantly wanted to ask for an explanation, the hotel made the banner of Minister Walewski. Those reluctant guests had to leave angrily, and the person in charge of the hotel also started to prepare the food needed for the banquet. With the passage of time, it soon came to around 6 p.m. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and there were also a few stars in the sky point under the starry sky. A carriage stopped at the gate of the hotel point. A pair of guests who looked like a couple got off the carriage, and they entered the hotel hand in hand point. When the hotel manager saw the couple, he subconsciously wanted to expel them. When he carefully saw the appearance of the man in the couple, he hurriedly ran to him and bowed and said, "Your Majesty, welcome. Yes, this couple is none other than Emperor Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier." "Yeah." Jerome Bonaparte glanced at the hotel manager's side and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for half a year. You've gained a lot of weight. This is all thanks to His Majesty." The hotel manager responded flatteringly, "This is the result of your own efforts." Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and said, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and then said, "By the way, this time the bill for consumption should not be the same as last time. It has to be sent to the Tuileries. Do you hear that? Your Majesty, it's already a blessing for us to be able to receive someone as noble as you." The hotel manager hurriedly said to Jerome Bonaparte, he didn't want to send the bill to the Tuileries Palace. "I can't eat for free." Jerome Bonaparte responded to the hotel manager, "Your Majesty, you can actually bring enough popularity to our hotel." The hotel manager explained to Jerome Bonaparte, "Well, tell me, how did you do it?" Jerome Bonaparte asked curiously. The hotel manager told Jerome Bonaparte that after Jerome Bonaparte invited the Tallinn port magnate to dinner for the first time, the hotel used the name of Jerome Bonaparte to launch the emperor's package, which attracted many nobles and big businessmen, bourgeois, came to taste it. Hearing the hotel manager's words, Jerome Bonaparte realized that it was the celebrity effect that they were using. Although the current information exchange is extremely underdeveloped, it does not prevent Jerome Bonaparte from becoming a national celebrity. And he went to this hotel for dinner, and the principle of bringing goods is the same as that of some anchors in later generations. Jerome Bonaparte, who had figured this out, laughed and scolded, "You deserve to make money." The hotel manager bowed and smiled. You read www.urkanshu.com and then entered the room with Jerome Bonaparte to wait for the invited industrial and commercial giants to arrive. As the carriages approached the gate of the hotel, many industrial and commercial giants in the port of Tallinn gathered again to chat with each other. The industrial and commercial giants that did not finish the breaks complained that the war ended too quickly, and the giants that caused the breaks were contemplating mergers in their minds. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the banquet started. Under all the gazes, Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier appeared before them. The host, Jerome Bonaparte, extended a warm welcome to their arrival at the hotel, after which Jerome Bonaparte began to discuss the possible problems of the armistice. "The purpose of calling you here this time is to see how many of your factories continue to expand." Jerome Bonaparte asked the industrial and commercial giants present. Several industrial and commercial giants slowly raised their hands, and then more and more industrial and commercial giants began to raise their hands. To put it into perspective, about 70% of the entire hall has not stopped expanding. If these people are suddenly stopped from industrial subsidies, then a large number of people's factories will be In a state of shutdown and unemployment, the shipbuilding industry of the entire port of Towlin will also be hit hard to a certain extent because of their shutdown. Okay, I get it. You can put it down. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and waved to everyone present. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte and the people present began to exchange glasses and drink for fun. The whole banquet lasted until the early hours of the morning, and after everyone had left, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Walewski to call Decaux with a gloomy face. Chapter 723, Banging Dick. When Minister Decaux saw Verusky appear in front of him, he immediately realized that he might be facing a big problem. Sure enough, Walewski, who had just come to Minister Decaux, immediately said to Decaux, "Mr. Decaux, Your Majesty invites you to come over." "Your Majesty Walewski," Minister Dick said, as he quietly handed Walewski a ticket. "How is Your Majesty feeling now?" Walewski skillfully accepted the bill handed by Minister Decaux, mainly to reassure Decaux, and solemnly responded to Minister Decaux, "Before I left, Your Majesty was in a very bad mood. Don't blame me for talking too much, Minister Decaux. What's going on with your shipyard in Towlin?" Before His Majesty left, he clearly ordered you to appropriately slow down the speed of business expansion. Our current prosperity is built on the basis of war. Now that the war is over, where can you ask Your Majesty to change? So many orders for you. Facing Walewski's complaints, Minister Decaux also showed a helpless smile on his face. How could the poor man know that the war would end so quickly? According to his estimation, the time for the end of the war is at least the middle of this year, 1855, and he only needs to use the Maritime Commission at the beginning of the year to make mandatory adjustments to the enterprises that join the commission, and he can barely overcome the crisis of overcapacity. As a result, the sudden peace talks did not allow the Maritime Transport Commission to make appropriate adjustments at all. The hastily halting orders will again lead to a major hit to the shipbuilding industry in the port of Towlin. Your Excellency Walewski, we really did not expect Russia to surrender so quickly. Minister Decaux responded to Walewski with a bitter face, and then asked for help. You said, "We are now, what should be done?" Your Excellency Decaux, I didn't know much about the shipbuilding industry. Verusky shook his head and continued, "However, I don't think His Majesty's purpose is to punish you. You are still in His Majesty's heart. He is a man who can take on great responsibilities. Just a moment, you just need to explain to Your Majesty the difficulties you have, and at the same time, tell His Majesty that you are working on solving them. I think Your Majesty should not be too harsh on you." Hearing Walewski's words, the big stone hanging in Dick's heart dropped halfway point. As long as he can continue to stay in this position, he is willing to do whatever His Majesty asks him to do. "Thank you for your teaching." Minister Decaux sincerely responded to Walewski. "It's all a matter of hands." Walewski waved his hand, pretending to not care. "I'm the most keen on making friends." As a just promoted foreign minister, Walewski understands that his position has an expiration date. If he can't go further, only after Deluyen's side is over, Walewski will have to roll down from the position of foreign minister. However, if you want to go further into the career of state affairs and holding the seal, minister, how can it be so easy? The allies of Fuld, who was Minister of State, were the Chancellor of the Exchequer Magnate and the President of the Bank of France, and the allies of Morne, who was the Secretary of the Seal, were the Interior Secretary Persigny and the Minister of Justice Rouet. Currently Rouet and Morny. The Persigny Union was about to part ways, because Rouet himself was a member of Jérôme Bonaparte's entrustment of France. During this period, his power began to expand, and he meant to overwhelm Morny. Having two neck-and-neck giants in one league means the league is close to breaking down. And he, Walewski, and the relationship between every minister, could not be like Fuld and the others. It is not easy to replace them, so Verusky must find suitable allies. His gesture to Decaux also means to win over Decaux. "Your Excellency Walewski, we have been friends for a long time." Minister Decaux clearly understood what Walewski meant, and he also expressed his intention to move closer to Walewski. "That's right. We're already friends." Verevsky also had a smile on his lips, and he nodded hastily. "It's not too early. We should leave too." Otherwise, His Majesty's side estimates that hurry up. Afterwards, Walewski and Minister Decaux arrived at their destination, and the two entered the living room one after the other. Not only Jerome Bonaparte, but also Vernier were in the living room at this time. Vernier hurriedly stood up after seeing Walewski and Minister Decaux arriving, and nodded to Jerome Bonaparte. "Well, you go to rest first," Jerome Bonaparte said with a smile. After Vernier left the living room, Jerome Bonaparte's expression changed from sunny to gloomy again. He sat on the sofa with a stern face and didn't say a word. After a while, Walewski opened his mouth to report to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, Minister Decaux has been called by me." "Oh." Jerome Bonaparte just said a no, and then said no more. Time passed minute by minute, and the silent pressure pressed asterisk 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 Minister Decaux's heart, making Decaux breathless. At this time, Decaux wished that Jerome Bonaparte would scolded him severely. Even if he scolded him, it would be much better than now. The insults of the superiors are often full of hatred for iron to become steel. The most terrifying thing in the world is not beating or scolding, but simply choosing to ignore it. This means that in the hearts of the superiors, you are not even qualified to be scolded. Gradually, the forehead of Minister Decaux unconsciously left sweat, and his expression gradually changed to regret. Seeing that the fire had already arrived, Jerome Bonaparte said to Decaux, "Decaux, Your Majesty, I'm here." Jerome Bonaparte's voice resounded in Decaux's ears, and Decaux replied excitedly to Jerome Bonaparte, "What do I think I do to you?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Minister Decaux quietly, "Your Majesty's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and it's like a new creation." Minister Decaux hurriedly praised Jerome Bonaparte. "You said that I was promoted from an unknown member to the Minister of the Navy, so that I can realize my own desire. You know it too." Jerome Bonaparte said to Minister Decaux with a hint of anger in his tone, "I will promote you to become the Minister of the Navy, so that you can be in charge of the Navy. I will give you the ability to appoint and dismiss officers, naval and former naval commander. Staff and Maritime Commission writes, the military expenses submitted by your Navy have been approved at every level, like I did with the Army. Which of your relatives and friends can continue to expand without relying on the country's orders? I have given you the greatest rights. Your Majesty, how can you never repay your kindness to me for a lifetime?" Minister Decaux knelt down to Jerome Bonaparte with a puff. "Stand up," said Jerome Bonaparte, frowning at Decaux. "I don't have the tradition of making ministers kneel at every turn. If you keep kneeling like this, then the conversation between the two of us just stop." "Yes, Your Majesty." Decaux slowly got up and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. After Minister Decaux got up, Jerome Bonaparte asked Minister Decaux again, "Decaux, what is going on with your naval commission? Before I left, Shendy asked you to slow down production as much as possible. Not all of them are treated as deaf ears." Up to now, Minister Decaux had to admit his mistake to Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, we were wrong. I mistakenly thought that the war between the Empire and Russia might continue for some time, so I did not issue a tough order to the Naval Commission. The command. This has serious consequences. I'm willing to accept any punishment. I don't want to punish anyone right now. I just want to know, what are you going to do?" Jerome Bonaparte was unwilling to dismiss Decaux, the Navy Admiral, because of this trivial matter. "Your Majesty, I plan to gradually reduce the demand." Minister Decaux told Jerome Bonaparte that he was going to submit a new round of shipbuilding requests to Parliament, and then gradually reduce the problem of overstaffing in the shipbuilding industry. At the same time, for those shipping companies that have been organized, he will also take the lead in selling excess transport ships to countries on the Mediterranean coast. "A new round of shipbuilding?" Jerome Bonaparte whispered. "That's right, Your Majesty. We must admit the pursuit and strive to form a new fleet with ironclads as a core. Maintain our trade in the Mediterranean." Minister Decaux said to Jerome Bonaparte, "What do you want to do with our current fleet?" Jerome Bonaparte asked again. "Your Majesty, Mexico and Chile expressed their willingness to buy our fleet." Minister Decaux quickly responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "And there is a country in the Far East called Satsuma, actually Japan's Satsuma domain. But it's just that Minister Decaux doesn't know much about the Far East, so he thinks it was bought by a country called Satsuma, and he is also willing to buy it. The country of Satsuma." Jerome Bonaparte whispered, and he hurriedly asked that the person Dicko was talking about was not a Satsuma clan point. Minister Dicko hurriedly looked at Walewski with a look of help. He didn't understand why Jerome Bonaparte suddenly became interested in Walewski in the Far East, so he had to tell him everything he knew. Rom Bonaparte, the Satsuma domain, a subordinate of Japan, contacted us as early as half a year ago and said that he wanted to buy the steamship in our hands. At the same time, another feudal lord in Japan, Nagashima, also contacted us, hoping to buy a batch of mini rifles and hope that we will send a group of instructors to help them train excellent troops. Chapter 724, Receipt. After listening to Walewski's retelling, Jerome Bonaparte had mixed feelings. No matter which plane it is, Li, who has been beaten by imperialism, can quickly adjust his status, take advantage of the special geographical advantages of the Far East, and protect his own interests as much as possible without large-scale conflicts with imperialist powers. Jerome Bonaparte speculated that the reason why Satsuma and Changzhou were willing to buy ships and guns from France was probably based on two possibilities. At one point, Satsuma and Changzhou wanted to buy these military supplies to test whether France intends to colonize them like Ryukyu. After all, a country that is trying to colonize will never arm the country that is about to colonize. Japan in history has always been afraid of being divided up by imperialist powers. It was not until the end of the Russo-Japanese War that concerns about Japan were completely eliminated. The second is Satsuma and Changzhou, at least the Satsuma domain, who hopes to show goodwill to France by purchasing French ships. After all, the previous Satsuma domain was beaten by the expedition fleet of the French Empire. Not only lost money, but also spit out his own small colony, Ryukyu. Otherwise, the Satsuma clan can buy a fleet from Britain. On the other hand, the eldest empire next door to them has not changed at all since the Opium War began to the present, and the eldest empire has not changed at all, and it still looks sullen. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte once again asked Walewski if he had any news about the Qing dynasty in the Far East. Walewski told Jerome Bonaparte that the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs had not received any other useful information at the moment. Forget it. Jerome Bonaparte sighed and said, let's get back to the point. Dick, you just said you wanted to submit a new round of shipbuilding plans to the Legislative Yuan, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Dicko nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte, how much francs will the new shipbuilding plan cost? Jerome Bonaparte asked Minister Dicko again. Minister Dicko told Jerome Bonaparte that he planned to spend 5 years building a global navy with both offense and defense, which is expected to cost about 400 million francs. 400 million francs. Jerome Bonaparte gasped after hearing this, and then asked, do you know how much the empire's revenue is now? Dicko shook his head subconsciously. As the Minister of the Navy, he really didn't know much about the empire's finances. The revenue of the entire empire last year was about 2.8 billion francs. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Dicko, this is still in the context of raising taxes on high value-added products. There has been no luxury tax in history. The income is 1.8-2.2 billion francs. You have to deduct 1/7 of the annual fiscal income at once. You want me to use the taxes of all French citizens to support your navy and the subsidiary industries of your navy. Your Majesty, if the navy is not updated sooner, the advantages we have accumulated in the early stage will soon be surpassed by our opponents. Minister Dicko argued to Jerome Bonaparte rationally, what? Do you still want to compete with the British Empire next door for naval supremacy? Jerome Bonaparte gave Dicko a sideways glance. Your Majesty, I don't think there is anything wrong with this. At this time, there was quite a posture of Dicko's newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. No country is born a sea hegemon. The British Kingdom also defeated countless opponents. Status today, if Britain can do it, so can we. After a moment of silence, Jerome Bonaparte responded to Minister Dicko, Decoute, having a dream is something to be encouraged, but sometimes, we also have to base ourselves on reality. Now you remind me of a man who, like you, tried to build a navy of the same size as Britain, but his ending was very bad. The strength of military strength does not mean comprehensive national strength, but also strength. The British have better coal and cheaper iron ore than we do, which means they can make a lot of steel cheaper than we do. Point with these steels and what they have to wear on that island country. They can also send fleets one after another into the water at the fastest speed. Point under such circumstances, even if we have accumulated the advantages of the early stage, it will not be surpassed by their backhand. Your Majesty, do we really have no chance? Minister Decaux asked Jerome Bonaparte somewhat unwillingly. Yes. Jerome Bonaparte responded firmly to Decaux, as long as we can persevere and go on, sooner or later we will be able to defeat Britain. However, our generation may well not see it. Minister Decaux, what you need to do now is not to think about how to surpass the Kingdom of Britain, but to try to narrow the gap between you and Britain. Only with thick and thin hair can we truly defeat them. Therefore, your 400 million franc shipbuilding plan will not pass with me. I hope you can reformulate your next pragmatic plan. Yes, Your Majesty. Minister Decaux responded with a slightly depressed will. By the way, as a semi-official organization, it is not very good for the Maritime Commission to always be affiliated with the Navy. Jerome Bonaparte then responded to Minister Decaux. The reason why he did not say anything about the fact that the Naval Council was attached to the Navy was entirely because the Crimean War was about to begin. Now that the Crimean War is over, if the Navy guides the shipping again, it will easily breed a huge interest group, which is not conducive to their rule. Therefore, the Maritime Commission must be brought back into the hands of the government, and the Railroad Commission will also withdraw its militarized management after Jerome Bonaparte returns. The General Staff only needs to keep the exchange agency and the railway, and that's it. Yes, said Minister Decaux to Jerome Bonaparte. Okay. What you have to do recently is to get into the ship modification plan and adjust the shipbuilding industry in the Toulon region. Jerome Bonaparte warned Minister Decaux, however, don't be too hasty when making adjustments. Don't let it turn into mass layoffs. You can tell the businessmen in Toulon exactly what I'm saying now. If anyone makes workers unemployed on a large scale, I will borrow their brains. For any existence that affects the stability of the empire, Jerome Bonaparte will spare no effort to strike. Thousands, tens of thousands of workers and several heads of capitalists still have a scale in the heart of Jerome Bonaparte. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte invited Decaux to have a late night snack. Minister Decaux, who was sitting at the dining table, immediately felt relieved, but at the same time, he felt that the burden on his shoulders was a little heavier at 4 o'clock in the morning. Minister Decaux, who had left the residence of Jerome Bonaparte, walked alone on the empty street, and his heart fell into loneliness. And Jerome Bonaparte himself once again sat on the sofa to communicate with Walewski. I'm going to leave for Paris tomorrow. A look of surprise appeared on Walewski's face. He asked Jerome Bonaparte euphemistically if it was too hasty to leave so soon. He himself hadn't contacted the Paris side yet. I don't think it's good to be in touch. Jerome Bonaparte replied to Walewski. Let's go back to Paris quietly and surprise them. I'm more afraid of being frightened. Walewski couldn't help but complain in his heart, since Emperor Jerome Bonaparte insisted on returning. As a courtier, he did not dare to have any rebuttal opinions. As for the welcome ceremony, we can only wait for a suitable opportunity to make it up for His Majesty the Emperor. Your Majesty, do you want to return for a visit and rest first? Walewski asked Jerome Bonaparte. I'll wake you up after the departure time. Forget it. Look at what time it is. Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the grandfather clock and responded to Walewski. You reading www.urkanshu.com. Walewski glanced at the time. It was 4:30 in the morning, only 2.5 hours before the first train to Paris left. It also took nearly an hour from them to reach the Toulon train station, which meant that Jerome Bonaparte could only sleep for an hour and a half. I'll have to deal with it here. Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and lay on the sofa, closing his eyes and resting. Gradually, Jerome Bonaparte fell asleep. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. With a hazy shout coming from his ear, Jerome Bonaparte slowly opened his sleepy eyes and asked, is it time, Your Majesty? It's 5:30 now. Walewski reminded. While rubbing his eyes, Jerome Bonaparte yawned to Walewski and said, I'll wake up Vernier, so you can prepare yourself. After speaking, Jerome Bonaparte dragged his tired body from the living room to Vernier's bedroom, then pushed Vernier's body back and said, it's time to get up. I don't want to get up. Vernier, who was shaken awake by Jerome Bonaparte, said lazily, "If you don't get up again, I'll leave you behind." Jerome Bonaparte gently pinched Vernier's little face. "Got it. It's time for me to get up." Vernier opened his eyes reluctantly, and with the help of Jerome Bonaparte, put on his clothes. Afterwards, Vernier and Jerome Bonaparte walked out of the bedroom, washed briefly, put on wigs and glasses, to prevent people from recognizing them, and rode the carriage to Taulan with Walewski stand. Chapter 725, Leave. Just an hour and a half after Jerome Bonaparte and Walewski boarded the train to Paris, the Admiralty Dick and Taulan Mayor Jacob arrived at Jerome Bonaparte's residence. Dick and Jacob, who were led into the living room by the servants in the residence, found that the living room was empty. Looking at the empty living room, Jacob said nervously to the minister beside him, "Your Majesty Dicko, are we here early?" Your Majesty and Minister Walewski seemed to have not woken up yet. "It shouldn't be." Minister Dick frowned and whispered, then turned his head and responded to Jacob, "Then let's wait in the living room for a while." "Is this really possible?" Jacob was still a little uneasy. "What are you afraid of?" Minister Dicko patted Jacob's shoulder and said with relief, "Your Majesty has decided not to investigate the matter of the Maritime Transport Committee." Despite what Minister Dicko said, Jacob swallowed. The Emperor said that he would not. Minister Dicko, but he did not say that he would not pursue them. "Don't worry." Minister Dick replied to Jacob again, "You came back this time to present a solution to your Majesty. It is too late for His Majesty to be happy. How can you blame you? Hope it." Jacob smiled reluctantly. In order to help Minister Dicko's subordinate shipping committee manage the mess, their city hall may have to bleed heavily this time. No way. Who made Minister Dicko went to his house last night to have a friendly consultation with him. He was so busy that he couldn't help it. Minister Dick and Mayor Jacob sat on the sofa and waited for a long time until the time of the grandfather clock pointed to 9 o'clock. A servant appeared in front of Minister Dick and Jacob. "Your Excellency Minister, Mayor, please don't wait any longer. Your Majesty and Your Excellency the Minister have already set off." The servant bowed and reported to Minister Dicko and Mayor Jacob, "Let's go." Dick and Jacob looked at each other and then asked in unison, "Where is Your Majesty? Why didn't you tell us?" "His Majesty has already set off to return to Paris, and before proceeding, he also instructed us not to tell anyone before 9 o'clock. The servant continued to respond to Dick and Jacob, Your Majesty, is he angry?" Jacob asked Minister Dicko absent-mindedly. "Fairywood now he is very scared, and the mayor, who has not yet warmed up, just flew away. It shouldn't be." Minister Dicko was also a little undecided. The thinking of His Majesty Emperor Jerome Bonaparte was always so elusive. "Then, what should we do now?" Jacob asked Minister Dicko again. "What else can I do?" Minister Dicko reluctantly responded, "Let's go." Minister Dicko and Mayor Jacob left the temporary residence of Jerome Bonaparte. On the other hand, Jerome Bonaparte, disguised as a couple, and Walewski, disguised as a servant, were sitting on the train at the moment, having a pleasant exchange with the old man sitting opposite them. "Young man, why do you have to squeeze into the third-class compartment?" The old man stared at the young man opposite him. In fact, he was over 30, with his vicissitude-stricken eyes. "There seems to be no other reason than lack of money," Jerome Bonaparte said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. "How could a person like you have no money?" The old man shook his head and said to Jerome Bonaparte, "Although I'm old, my eyes are not yet spent." "Oh." Jerome Bonaparte smiled with interest. "Do the old people think I'm rich?" "No." The old man shook his head again and responded solemnly to Jerome Bonaparte, "Ordinary upstarts don't have the temperament like yours." "What is that?" Jerome Bonaparte asked curiously. After taking a careful look, the old man replied to Jerome Bonaparte in an uncertain tone, "You should be a nobleman." "It's barely." Jerome Bonaparte nodded. "It's a pity that the family is in the middle of the pack. Try to save it when you can. How about you, old man?" "I'm just an ordinary old man too." The old man also responded sullenly, "Ordinary old people don't have the same knowledge as you." Jerome Bonaparte also retorted, "Learning?" A self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of the old man's mouth. "It's all absurdly learned when you were young. Apart from being able to use it in chats, it's useless at all." Knowledge isn't like this. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said, if you can't sell it with the emperor's family, it can only be used as a capital for boasting. The goods and the emperor's family. The old man was stunned for a few seconds, then laughed twice, nodded and said, you are right. If knowledge cannot be appreciated by the monarch, it is really useless. That's not what my good is like. Mine. Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a few seconds. He first thought of the inventor of the magnet rifle, and then realized it was another magnet. You're talking about Francois. Auguste Mine? You actually know him? The old man looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a look of surprise. His famous work, The History of the French Revolution. I have a little bit of dabbling. Jerome Bonaparte responded to the old man. How do you think this book is written? The old man asked Jerome Bonaparte. Very good. Jerome Bonaparte praised, and then said to the old man half jokingly, this book became famous and created a prime minister of the July dynasty, referring to Adolphe Thiers. He and Magnet's History of the French Revolution was a stepping stone to high society. Yeah. The old man also sighed. A book makes a prime minister of a dynasty. However, it is a pity that this prime minister is not Magnet himself, but Adolphe Thiers. Jerome Bonaparte replied to the old man. From Jerome Bonaparte's words, the old man could hear his dissatisfaction with Adolphe Thiers, and he asked curiously, why don't you seem to like him? I really don't like mercenary people like Thiers. Jerome Bonaparte, who sent Thiers down by himself, answered frankly. Don't say it's you. There are a few people in the political circles of the July dynasty who liked him. The romantics regarded him as a traitor. The philosophicalists, mainly Kizzo, wanted to trip him up, and even the son of equal Philipsum are unacceptable. The old man's face was full of memories of the past. Old man, listen to you. You seem to have experienced those things yourself. Jerome Bonaparte said the old man with great interest. It's all in the past. The old man shook his head with a wry smile and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. The famous political chameleon Thiers at the time turned into an ice cold chameleon corpse. Everyone loves power. Everyone fears it. Yeah. Every careerist is trying his best to get closer to the center of power. Jerome Bonaparte responded to the old man. From the beginning of the century to the present, our country has gone through 3 dynasties and a short-lived republic. I don't know how many trials and tribulations we have to go through. The old man sighed and said to Jerome Bonaparte, why are you so dissatisfied with this age? Jerome Bonaparte looked at the old man curiously. If you are talking about this era, then I can tell you that this is a progressive France that is about to lead the whole of Europe. The old man responded to Jerome Bonaparte. Then, the old man continued, if you want to ask me what I think about the one above, I suspect that you want to send me in. It shouldn't be. Jerome Bonaparte smiled awkwardly. ISN. It? The old man couldn't help sneering. Do you know how many political prisoners have been arrested in this period of time? Jerome Bonaparte shook his head. He couldn't care about everything after he had been away from France for almost half a year. Over 500 people have been deported during this period of time. The old man said to Jerome Bonaparte, in this country, you cannot criticize anything. Any criticism means. Before the old man could speak, Werevsky interrupted, Your Majesty, you should have something to eat. He was afraid that, if the old man continued to speak, Jerome Bonaparte would have serious problems when he went back. However, the old man in front of him seemed to have seen it somewhere. Verity, I'm not hungry. Jerome Bonaparte glared at Walewski before saying to the old man, go on. Forget it. The old man shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. You reading www.urkanshu.com then? Jerome Bonaparte asked the old man what he thought of the Crimean War. The old man told Jerome Bonaparte that this war was one of the few things to watch since the Second Empire was founded. Only the achievements of the Second Reich could not be separated from the assistance of the Petersburg rebels. Otherwise, even if the Second Empire eliminated its opponents in the Crimea Peninsula, the Russian Empire would not choose to surrender. France is bound to have a protracted war. At that time, the people of Paris, who cannot bear the pressure of prices, will force Jerome Bonaparte to make peace with the Russian Empire. But it's a victory after all, isn't it? Jerome Bonaparte replied to the old man, pretending to be relaxed. Victory? The old man shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Our emperor is far from victory. He must fight the war while the people are still immersed in the joy of victory. All the bad consequences will be digested. Otherwise, the whole of France will not only face large-scale unemployment, but also the small banknotes distributed by the Bank of France on a large scale will form a trend of backflow. Once the French credit system goes bankrupt, the empire's victories will come to nothing. If I were a competitor of the empire, I would use this opportunity to forge small banknotes on a large scale in the market, thereby disrupting the entire market. Point by then, the Banque de France would have faced the dilemma they had faced in 1848. There will be a riot. Speaking of this, the old man clearly felt the dangerous aura emanating from the person sitting opposite him. Although this feeling was for a moment, the old man was keenly captured by the old man. Young man, who are you? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.